1934. Fall asleep to Hilarious History, a ledger of public enemies and peculiar allusions, written and narrated in the style of Mark Twain. This book is factually accurate and edited by a human. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. By the time the calendar flipped to the year of our Lord 1934, the human race had largely abandoned the comfortable delusion that the global machinery was merely experiencing a temporary hitch. It was a year wherein society decided that if the grand ship of civilization was going to list heavily to port, the passengers might as well pass the time by inventing new and spectacular ways to misbehave, pass laws, and marvel at the downright bizarre. Chapter 1. The Folklore of the Tommy Gun. Now, it is a long-established law of human nature, a law so sturdy you could hang your Sunday hat on it, that when the regular, law-abiding machinery of the world breaks down so thoroughly that a dollar bill looks less like currency and more like a souvenir from a forgotten civilization, the public appetite for righteousness undergoes a very curious transformation. In ordinary times, when the crops are high and the banks are safely containing the community's meager life savings, the average citizen holds a very proper, sermon-approved view of the criminal classes. He considers the highwayman an unmitigated nuisance, and the thief a low-down scoundrel who deserves nothing better than a cold cell and a diet of hardtack. But by the time the year 1934 rolled around, the American public had spent 4 long years staring into empty lard buckets and receiving polite, beautifully engraved letters from their financial institutions explaining that their life savings had vanished into the thin air of Wall Street. Under these circumstances, the moral compass of the Republic did not merely drift. It spun round like a panicked weather vane in a Kansas cyclone. Suddenly, the man who walked into a bank with a loaded firearm and a disposition like a hornet's nest was no longer viewed as a common predator. To the fellow sitting on a porch in Indiana or a dust-choked farm in Oklahoma, that bank robber looked uncommonly like an agent of divine retribution. The banker had taken the citizen's money and given him a piece of paper. The robber was now taking the banker's money and giving him a piece of his mind. It was a terrible piece of logic, to be sure, but logic is always the first luxury a starving man discards. Thus arose that most peculiar American product, the romantic desperado. We have always had a weakness for them, from Robin Hood in his green tights down to Jesse James, but 1934 was the golden age of the trade, the newspapers possessing an instinct for selling copy that would make a carnival barker weep with envy, realized that a nation bored to tears by misery wanted nothing so much as a villain with a sharp wardrobe and a talent for making the local sheriff look like an absolute simpleton. Consider the late Mr. John Dillinger. If he had operated in a time of high prosperity, he would have been hunted down in a fortnight by 3 energetic deputies and a well-trained hound, and the public would have forgotten his name before the next frost. But in 1934, he was elevated to the status of a folklore prince. The public followed his movements with the kind of breathless adoration usually reserved for European royalty or traveling circuses. He was possessed of a certain theatrical flair that the public found irresistible. He did not merely rob a bank. He leapt over the counters with the agility of a chorus girl, cracked jokes with the terrified tellers, and occasionally made it a point to return the pocketbook of some trembling farmer who happened to be standing in line. When he was captured in Indiana, he did not sit in his cell and contemplate his sins. He carved a pistol out of a block of wood, blackened it with shoe polish, and used this piece of deceptive carpentry to cow an entire jailhouse, steal the sheriff's personal automobile, a very fine car by all accounts, and drive away while whistling a popular tune. Now, any moralist worth his salt will tell you that stealing automobiles and terrifying townspeople is a sin against the social contract. But the social contract was currently looking rather frayed around the edges, and the public found something immensely comforting in the thought that while the federal government could not seem to fix a broken meat chopper, a farm boy from Indiana could outrun the entire police apparatus of 3 states using nothing but a pocket knife and a piece of pine. The secret to this romantic canonization was twofold. First, the outlaw had to dress like a gentleman who had just inherited an estate in Virginia. And second, he had to possess a weapon that captured the imagination of the mechanical age. This weapon was, of course, the Thompson submachine gun, the famous Tommy gun, or, as it was known among its more enthusiastic practitioners, the Chicago typewriter. There has never been a machine more perfectly suited to the particular genius of the American criminal than this singular engine of destruction. It was not a weapon of precision. It was a weapon of grand, sweeping gestures. It was designed on the principle that if you spray enough leaden rhetoric in the general direction of your audience, you do not need to trouble yourself with the finer points of accuracy. It made a magnificent, terrifying racket, a rhythmic, drumming roar that sounded like a boiler factory working double shifts. In an era when everything else had ground to a halt, the Tommy gun represented a terrifying form of industry. It was efficient, it was loud, and it got results. The young men who carried these instruments, the Dillingers, the Nelsons, the Floyds, became the subjects of a brand new mythology, printed daily on cheap newsprint and devoured by millions over their morning coffee. Charles Pretty Boy Floyd, for instance, became a legend in the Ozarks, not because he was a particularly virtuous citizen, but because the local population thoroughly enjoyed the rumor that he occasionally tore up real estate mortgages during his bank visitations, thereby freeing the local widows from their obligations to the moneylenders. Whether he actually did this or merely neglected to steal the papers because his pockets were already full of cash is a matter for the historians. The public believed it because they wanted to believe that someone somewhere was fighting the ledger books. Then there were the youngsters from Texas, Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, who traversed the midsection of the country like a pair of ill-starred romantics, leaving a trail of empty cash drawers and dead deputies in their wake. Bonnie wrote bad poetry and sent photographs to the newspapers showing herself holding a shotgun and smoking a cigar. That cigar did more to secure her place in the national consciousness than a dozen honest deeds. It was a magnificent piece of impudence. It told the world that the rules of the old order were entirely suspended when a young lady from Rowena, Texas, takes to the highway with an automatic rifle and a stogie. You may be certain that the Victorian era is dead and buried. The tragedy of this folklore, of course, was that it was entirely hollow. The romantic highwayman, when viewed from a distance of 300 miles through the medium of an enthusiastic journalist, is a splendid figure of independence. Up close, however, he was usually a terrified, poorly educated young man with a short temper and a mortal dread of the dark, living out of the back seat of a stolen Ford and subsisting on cold pork beans and stolen gasoline. The romance was not in the men themselves, but in the eyes of the people who watched them. A nation that feels itself trapped in a dark room will cheer for anyone who manages to kick a hole in the wall, even if the fellow who does the kicking is an unmitigated scoundrel. The folklore of the Tommy gun was simply the old human habit of whistling past the graveyard, performed on a grand scale with automatic weapons and 8-cylinder engines. It was an illusion, to be sure, but in 1934, illusions were the only commodities that were still cheap enough for everyone to afford. Chapter 2. The Genesis of the G-Man. If the American public spent the early months of 1934 treating bank robbers like traveling theatrical stars, the federal government in Washington was experiencing an entirely different set of emotions. These emotions ranged from a deep bureaucratic embarrassment to an absolute purple-faced fury. It is a long-standing characteristic of Uncle Sam that he does not mind being thought an old-fashioned codger, and he does not even mind being a bit slow on the draw. But when a pack of smooth-faced boys in stolen V8 sedans begins treating his state lines as a set of magical safety zones where the law cannot touch them, the old gentleman decides it is time to put down his pipe and look around for a bigger stick. Up until this particular crisis, the business of catching criminals in America was a local affair, conducted on the principle that every town should look after its own rascals. If a thief broke into a dry goods store in Ohio, the local constable would pursue him until the fellow crossed into Indiana. At that point, the constable would stop, tip his hat, and go home to his dinner, leaving the Indiana authorities to handle the matter if they felt so inclined. It was a beautiful, neighborly system that worked splendidly in the days when a getaway vehicle was a rented mare with a tendency to go lame after 10 miles. But the invention of the modern automobile, combined with the construction of smooth concrete ribbons of highway across the landscape, had completely ruined this pastoral arrangement. A modern outlaw could rob a bank in St. Paul at breakfast, eat his noon lunch in Iowa, and be sitting in a moving picture theater in Kansas City by nightfall, while 3 different county sheriffs were still arguing over who owned the horseshoe prints in the mud. The criminal had become a creature of continental velocity, while the law remained a pedestrian asset, tethered to the county seat by red tape and local pride. Enter the federal government, or rather, enter a remarkably determined, uncommonly neat young gentleman in Washington named Mr. J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Hoover looked upon the messy, colorful, and chaotic landscape of American crime and found himself deeply offended, not merely by the sinfulness of it, but by its complete lack of organization. He was a man who believed in files. He believed in card indexes. He believed that if you had enough drawers properly labeled and arranged in alphabetical order, you could eventually contain the entire universe and eliminate its eccentricities. Before Mr. Hoover's rise, the federal agents of the Bureau of Investigation were not the towering figures of radio and screen that we know today. They were, for the most part, an assortment of middle-aged lawyers, retired accountants, and gentlemen who looked as though they had spent their lives working the complaints desk at a large department store. They were not permitted to carry firearms. They had no power to make arrests for local crimes, and if they wished to capture a dangerous fugitive, they were expected to call the local police and ask very politely for assistance. They were, in short, a collection of federal clerks who had been given the unfortunate task of fighting an army of desperadoes equipped with military rifles and a complete disregard for the rules of etiquette. In 1934, however, the old order was turned completely upside down. Congress, spurred on by a public that was beginning to suspect the outlaws were winning the match, passed a series of laws that gave the Bureau its teeth. Suddenly, these quiet accountants and young law school graduates were handed badges, instructed in the proper method of firing a Thompson submachine gun without knocking their own teeth out, and told to go forth and conquer. Thus was born that magnificent specimen of national mythology, the G-Man. The name itself, short for government man, was supposedly coined by an outlaw who found himself looking down the barrel of a federal pistol, though there are those who suspect the Bureau's own publicity department had a hand in its authorship. In either case, the name caught the public imagination like a spark in a hayloft. The transformation of the federal agent in the public mind was an absolute marvel of modern engineering. Almost overnight, the image of the lawman was changed from a fat, tobacco-chewing country sheriff with a star pinned to his suspenders into a sleek, collegiate knight-errant. The G-Man, according to the newspapers and the radio dramas, was a creature of absolute perfection. He did not smoke a pipe. He did not lean against the doorpost. He did not speak in the slow, comfortable drawl of the provinces. He was a product of the university, dressed in a crisp blue suit, a snapped-brim fedora, and shoes so highly polished you could use them to check your necktie. The Bureau established a training school in Virginia that resembled a cross between an elite military academy and a scientific laboratory. Here, the young recruits were taught that crime was not a dramatic contest between good and evil, but a problem in geometry and chemistry. They were instructed in the use of the microscope, the analysis of human hair, and the miraculous properties of the fingerprint file. The public, which had spent years watching local police departments attempt to solve mysteries by hitting suspects over the shins with a nightstick, was absolutely enchanted by the idea that a man could be brought to justice because he left a trace of dust from his trousers on a windowsill. The G-Man became the government's answer to the romantic bank robber. If John Dillinger was a dashing figure because he could jump over a counter, the G-Man was twice as dashing because he could use a scientific instrument to determine exactly which store Dillinger had purchased his socks from. The federal government, showing a sudden and remarkable talent for showmanship, began to feed the newspapers a steady diet of stories detailing the absolute invincibility of the new service. Of course, the reality of the business was somewhat less tidy than the legend suggested. The young lawyers and accountants did not instantly turn into seasoned veterans of the frontier merely because they had been given a badge and a new suit. In their early encounters with the outlaws, the G-Men showed a remarkable capacity for getting into their own way. There was the famous affair at the Little Bohemia Lodge in Wisconsin, where a large force of federal agents surrounded a resort where Dillinger and his gang were taking their ease. The subsequent engagement was conducted with an immense expenditure of ammunition and an absolute minimum of coordination. When the smoke cleared, the outlaws had all escaped through the back windows and into the woods, while the agents had managed to shoot several innocent bystanders in each other's automobiles. It was the sort of performance that would have caused a local sheriff to be hooted out of town at the next election. But Mr. Hoover understood a truth that the outlaws did not. A defeat in the field is merely a temporary setback, provided you retain absolute control over the printing presses. The Bureau did not allow the Little Bohemia disaster to dampen its enthusiasm. Instead, they redoubled their efforts, sharpened their aim, and began to hunt their quarries down with the methodical persistence of a steam-driven engine. One by one, the romantic figures of the Lawless front were brought to book. They were not captured in grand, chivalrous duels on the highway. They were ambushed in dark alleys, shot down outside moving picture theaters, or cornered in muddy ditches where their fine clothes and fast cars were of no use to them. Pretty Boy Floyd was chased through an Ohio cornfield and shot down like a stray steer. Baby-faced Nelson was riddled with bullets on a concrete highway, and Dillinger himself was betrayed by a lady in a red dress and left dying on a Chicago sidewalk, while the crowd gathered to dip their handkerchiefs in his blood. By the end of the year, the folklore of the Tommy gun had been thoroughly replaced by the folklore of the Bureau. The public, ever fickle in its affections, stopped buying toy pistols modeled after the outlaws' weapons and began buying toy badges modeled after Mr. Hoover's identification card. The G-Man had triumphed, not merely because he had better guns and more money, but because he represented the modern world, organized, efficient, and thoroughly filed away. The old, wild, individualistic spirit of the highwayman, which had survived since the days of the stagecoach, was finally crushed under the weight of the federal ledger. It was a victory for civilization, no doubt, but as the old year began to wane, there were those who looked at the new army of sleek, identical young men in blue suits and wondered if the Republic hadn't merely traded a handful of small-time scoundrels for a permanent national master. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 3. The Watchdog's New Teeth. Now, while the federal government was busy spending its ammunition in the cornfields of Ohio and outside the picture palaces of Chicago to cure the public of its affection for the small-time bank robber, an entirely different sort of comedy was being enacted in the stately halls of Washington. This performance concerned a class of grand larceny so magnificent, so elevated, and so thoroughly wrapped in the robes of high respectability that a common highwayman like Mr. Dillinger would have needed to study for 100 years just to understand the vocabulary of it. For generations, the great marketplace of New York, known as Wall Street, had been conducted on the principle of a country horse trade, though with slightly less moral restraint. It was a wonderful, mysterious place where a gentleman with a clean collar and an imaginative disposition could sell a piece of the blue sky to a farmer in Iowa, use the farmer's money to buy a railroad that existed only on a map, and then sell the railroad back to the public at twice the price before anyone noticed that there wasn't a single spike driven into the dirt. It was a game played by the very best people. The kind of citizens who wore silk hats to church, sat on the boards of orphanages, and spoke of the laws of economics as though they had been personally handed down to them on stone tablets. But when the great financial machinery of the Republic collapsed in the autumn of 1929, the public made a very shocking discovery. They found out that the great captains of industry weren't actually captains at all. They were merely a collection of uncommonly lucky gamblers who had been playing with loaded dice. When the game went sour, these great men did not step forward to offer their own fortunes to save the community. Instead, they locked themselves in their private offices, blamed the whole thing on the laziness of the working class, and asked the government for a loan. By the time the year 1934 arrived, the average citizen had grown thoroughly tired of watching his local banker look solemn and mournful about the unavoidable cycles of nature. The public began to suspect that if a poor devil could be sent to the penitentiary for 5 years for stealing a ham to feed his children, there ought to be some sort of official inconvenience for a gentleman who steals $40 million through the clever manipulation of a corporate ledger. The Congress, showing that remarkable capacity for lock-string wisdom that always characterizes a political body, when the voters are thoroughly enraged, decided it was time to build a fence around the financial pasture. They passed a grand piece of legislation known as the Securities Exchange Act, which formally established a brand new federal watchman called the Securities and Exchange Commission, or the SEC. The purpose of this agency was beautiful in its simplicity. It was designed to ensure that if a man was to be thoroughly ruined on the stock market, it must henceforth be done strictly according to the regulations of the federal government. It did not promise to make the citizen rich, and it did not even promise to make him wise. It merely promised that the deck of cards used in the financial districts would be shuffled in broad daylight under the suspicious eye of a government clerk. To head this new laboratory of financial virtue, the president, with a stroke of political genius that would have made a Mississippi riverboat gambler weep with admiration, appointed Mr. Joseph P. Kennedy. Now, this was a choice that caused an immediate and magnificent uproar in the editorial rooms of the nation's respectability. Mr. Kennedy was a gentleman from Boston who was known to possess a very thorough, very practical acquaintance with the inner workings of the stock market. He was not a theoretician. He was a practitioner. He knew exactly how a stock could be puffed up with hot air until it floated like a balloon, because he had spent many happy and profitable years holding the bicycle pump himself. It was said that he understood every trick, every ambush, and every secret cellar in the entire financial district. When the high-minded reformers in Washington complained that it was an absolute scandal to appoint a man of such worldly experiences to police the market, the president merely smiled and observed that if you want to catch a thief in the chicken coop, you do not set an archbishop to watch the door. You hire the fellow who used to carry the sack. The arrival of Mr. Kennedy and his new league of financial regulators caused a panic in the clubs of Wall Street that was grander than any decline in the industrial averages. The great men of the exchanges looked upon the new laws with the kind of holy horror that a pirate captain might feel upon learning that the international maritime courts had decided to regulate the size of cutlasses and require a written receipt for all plundered bullion. They declared that the government was interfering with the sacred laws of nature. They argued that if a citizen did not possess the wit to see that a stock certificate in a non-existent gold mine was worthless, it was his divine right as a free American to be cheated out of his shoes. They called the new regulations an insult to the spirit of adventure that had built the country. But Mr. Kennedy and his new commission paid very little attention to these philosophical lamentations. They moved into the financial centers with a collection of sharp pencils, heavy ledgers, and a complete lack of reverence for traditional reputations. They established a set of rules that completely took the fun out of the investment business. Henceforth, if a company wished to offer its stock to the public, it was required to print a document known as a prospectus. This document was the absolute enemy of romance. Under the old system, a company could describe its prospects in the language of poetry, speaking of vast potential fields, unlimited horizons, and the inevitable triumphs of progress. Under the new rules of the SEC, however, the company was forced to state, in cold gray ink and the plainest possible English, exactly how many mules they owned, how much money they owed to their brothers-in-law, and whether or not the glorious oil well they were selling had ever produced anything more substantial than a bucket of muddy water. It was a terrible blow to the imaginative literature of the Republic. The prospectus turned the art of financial promotion from a thrilling exercise in fiction into a dull, melancholy recitation of facts. A speculator could no longer buy a share of stock with the comfortable, warm feeling that he was investing in a miracle. He was forced to know exactly how much the miracle cost and who was getting the commission on the angels. Furthermore, the commission put an end to that beautiful and popular sport known as the pool. A pool was a cooperative arrangement where a dozen wealthy gentlemen would quietly buy up a large block of some sleepy, unimportant stock. Then they would begin selling it back and forth to each other at higher and higher prices, making an immense amount of noise and splashing about in the newspapers until the public noticed the activity and decided that the company must have discovered a cure for old age. The excited public would rush in to buy. The wealthy gentleman would quietly hand them the entire supply of stock at the top of the market, and then they would retire to the Riviera to recuperate from their exertions, leaving the public to discover that the company's chief asset was an empty barn in New Jersey. The SEC made this kind of neighborly cooperation illegal. They tracked the transactions with the methodical dullness of accountants, and they began to suggest that gentlemen who engaged in these theatrical displays might find themselves spending their winter holidays in a federal penitentiary. The result of this grand house cleaning was an entirely new atmosphere in the financial districts. Wall Street became as quiet and respectable as a Boston library. The old, wild, freebooting days when a man could become a millionaire before breakfast by selling short a railroad he didn't own were gone forever. The market was now a disciplined, certified enterprise where every transaction was recorded, stamped, and approved by the federal watchman. It was a magnificent victory for the honest citizen, no doubt, but like all victories of the law, it left the world a slightly less colorful place. The public had been protected from its own foolishness, which is always a useful thing, but they had also been deprived of the glorious, dizzying hope that they might someday buy a 5-cent share of dirt and wake up to find themselves the owner of an empire. The G-Man had taken the romance out of the highway, and the SEC had taken the poetry out of the ledger. By the end of the 1934, the human race had to resign itself to the fact that if they wished to get rich, they would have to try doing it by working, a melancholy prospect that no civilist could look upon without a shudder. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 4. The Great Black Blizzards. When a human being manages to thoroughly entangle his financial ledgers, outrun his local sheriffs, and find himself reduced to a state of general bankruptcy, he can always rely on one final unchanging consolation. He can step out his back door, stomp his heel into the dirt, and feel a comforting sense of ownership over the solid, unmoving earth beneath his feet. He takes it for granted that while governments may flutter about like autumn leaves and banks may dissolve like sugar in a hot cup of tea, the landscape itself is a permanent piece of real estate that will stay precisely where the Creator left it. But in the spring of 1934, the American continent itself decided to join the general insurrection. The very dirt of the Great Plains, having grown thoroughly weary of being plowed, harrowed, ditched, and generally mistreated by 2 generations of ambitious farmers, decided to pack up its belongings and take to the sky in earnest. It was an event that completely upset the traditional geography of the Republic and proved that if you treat Dame Nature like a dull country cousin for too long, she will eventually throw the dinner plates at your head. The trouble had been brewing for a long time, though the human race, with its usual talent for blind optimism, had refused to notice the signs. For decades, the great empire stretching from the panhandle of Texas up through Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and the Dakotas had been covered by a thick, matted carpet of buffalo grass. It was a tough, stubborn sort of vegetation that didn't look like much, but it possessed a remarkable ability to hold the continent together. It lay there like a green and yellow tarp, pinned down by millions of tiny roots, keeping the soil safely tucked into bed, while the great winds of the West blew over it. But during the Great World War, when the governments of Europe were busy blowing each other into small pieces and screaming for American flour, the price of wheat climbed up into the clouds. Suddenly, every fellow who could borrow enough money to buy a tractor rushed out onto the plains with a great steel plow and began tearing up the buffalo grass as fast as the machinery could move. They called it the Great Plow-Up, and the newspapers spoke of it as a magnificent triumph of human industry. They turned millions of acres of ancient pasture into a vast, open, brown table of loose dirt, completely naked to the sun and the weather. For a few years, when the rains fell regularly, the profits were grand. The farmers bought player pianos, silk shirts, and fine automobiles, and they patted themselves on the back for being the smartest agriculturalists since the Egyptians. But then the rain stopped. It did not merely taper off. It vanished entirely, as if someone in heaven had turned off the main valve and misplaced the handle. By 1934, the Great Plains had become a vast, dry, powdery desert. The topsoil was reduced to the consistency of flour, sitting out there under a blistering sun without a single blade of grass to hold it down. And then the spring winds began to blow. Now, a wind on the western plains is not the gentle, poetic breeze that the songwriters like to talk about. It is a great, sweeping, monstrous engine of air that starts somewhere up in the Arctic Circle, gathers speed over 3,000 miles of open country, and arrives with the force of a locomotive and the temper of a jilted widow. When these winds hit the naked, powdery fields of Kansas and Oklahoma in the early months of '34, they did not merely blow the dust about the yard, they picked up the entire landscape by the roots and hoisted it into the middle of next week. The resulting spectacles were known to the terrified inhabitants as black blizzards. They were not ordinary storms. They were immense, solid walls of rolling darkness that stretched for miles across the horizon, looking like a range of mountains that had suddenly detached themselves from the earth and decided to go traveling. They moved across the country at 50 miles an hour, turning the bright noon sky into a darkness so thick and absolute that a man could hold his hand 2 inches from his nose and look at it for an hour without ever seeing his thumb. The dust was a miraculous, terrifying substance. It did not respect any of the traditional barriers that human ingenuity had constructed to keep the wild world at bay. It came through the cracks in the doors. It sifted through the window sashes. It fell out of the plaster ceilings like a gentle, gray snow. Housewives took to sealing their windows with strips of wet cloth and hanging damp sheets over the beds. But within 20 minutes, the sheets would be as black as coal sacks, and the butter on the table would look like a piece of sandpaper. People ate dust at breakfast, drank dust in their tea, and went to bed with the distinct feeling that they were being buried alive by inches. If a man left his house to tend his cattle, he had to tie a rope around his waist and secure it to the porch rail. For if he lost his bearings in the choking, swirling gloom for 60 seconds, he might wander into his own garden and suffocate within 10 feet of his kitchen door. But the most whimsical and outrageous characteristic of this continental migration was the grand democratic manner in which the soil distributed itself. The wind did not possess any local pride. It gathered up a square mile of excellent cornfield from a hard-working Methodist family in Kansas and deposited it with an impartial hand onto the front porch of a Baptist family in Iowa. It took the red clay of Texas and used it to paint the barns of Missouri a very curious shade of orange. By May of 1934, the storm had grown so grand and ambitious that it decided to show the wealthy citizens of the eastern seaboard how the other half lived. On the 11th day of that month, a great cloud of western topsoil, containing an estimated 12 million tons of the finest agricultural property in the United States, arrived over the city of Washington, D.C. The politicians and bureaucrats, who had spent the morning discussing various theoretical remedies for the farmers' plight, suddenly looked out the windows of the Capitol and found that the sky had turned a dark, copper-plated yellow. The sun was reduced to a pale, weeping disk, and a fine, gritty powder began to settle over the mahogany desks, the legal briefs, and the silk waistcoats of the representatives. It was a magnificent piece of lobbying on the part of the elements. For months, the Western governors had been begging Washington for assistance, with very little effect. But when 300,000 tons of Oklahoma dirt settled directly onto the noses of the senators, the government decided that the agricultural crisis was a matter of urgent national importance. The dust did not stop there. It rolled out over New York City, turning the grand skyscrapers of Manhattan into a collection of ghostly gray pillars and causing the fashionable ladies on Fifth Avenue to sneeze into their lace handkerchiefs. It blew out across the Atlantic Ocean, darkening the skies over the shipping lanes and depositing the farms of Kansas directly onto the teakwood decks of British steamships 300 miles out at sea. A captain who had spent 40 years navigating by the stars found himself forced to clean his sextant because it was clogged with the remains of an alfalfa patch from Nebraska. The effect of this grand transformation on the human population of the plains was both tragic and marvelous. Thousands of families looked at their buried fences, their suffocated livestock, and their houses surrounded by drifts of sand that looked like winter snowbanks, and they decided that the game was up. They packed their remaining blankets, their children, and a few frying pans into the backs of their ancient sputtering automobiles and turned their faces toward the west. They became that grand wandering army of the dispossessed, moving along the highways toward California like a biblical migration in search of the promised land. They were a folk who had been divorced from their property by the wind, transformed from settled citizens into a race of highway gypsies whose only home was the space between the four wheels of a Ford wagon. Back on the plains, the government technicians began to arrive with all sorts of clever schemes to fix the sky. They suggested planting a great wall of trees from Canada to Texas, a shelter belt that would act as a picket fence to keep the wind from misbehaving. They instructed the remaining farmers to plow their fields in curious winding circles instead of straight lines, on the principle that a wind gets confused if it cannot find a straight path to run down. It was a brave, industrious effort, but it served to show how small the ledger of human authority looks when it is balanced against the ancient ledger of the earth. The human race had spent 50 years bragging about how they had conquered the wilderness, broken the sod, and tamed the continent. In 1934, the continent merely shrugged its shoulders, gave a little whistle through its teeth, and reminded the conquerors that if they didn't learn how to treat the dirt with proper respect, it would simply blow away and leave them with nothing but their ledgers and their philosophy. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 5. The Fivefold Spectacle of Ontario. Now, if a man were to sit down and quietly map out the absolute center of human modesty, gravity, and unyielding Presbyterian decorum on the North American continent, he would eventually find his finger resting upon the rural districts of northern Ontario. It was a region where the inhabitants spent their lives engaged in a grim, silent wrestle with the pine stumps and the granite boulders, living on salted pork and the fear of God, and holding a deep-seated conviction that any event which caused a man to raise his voice above a respectful whisper was an absolute violation of the natural order. But in the late spring of 1934, the Almighty, who has always possessed a far more robust sense of humor than his ministers care to admit, looked down upon the tiny frost-bitten hamlet of Corbeil, Ontario, and decided to give the British Empire a shock from which it would not recover for a decade. He did this by visiting the humble farmhouse of a hard-working French-Canadian farmer named Mr. Oliva Dionne, whose good wife, Elzire, was already the mother of 5 energetic children and had no reason to suspect that her domestic ledger was about to be subjected to a most violent piece of multiplication. On the 28th day of May, the local country doctor, a solemn, saddle-weary gentleman named Alan Roy Defoe, was summoned to the Dionne home in the dead of night. Dr. Defoe was accustomed to the standard slow-moving business of rural obstetrics, where a single infant arrives with a proper amount of local fuss and is promptly wrapped in a flannel blanket to wait for the next harvest. But upon entering the chamber, he found himself converted from a country practitioner into a bewildered clerk of numbers. The babies did not arrive in the singular or even in the comfortable double of the twin. They arrived in a steady, rhythmic procession, like a line of passengers disembarking from a crowded excursion boat, until there were no fewer than 5 tiny, dark-haired girls squalling in the lamplight. They were so small that the entire collection of them could be placed with ease into a single soup tureen, and their combined weight was less than that of a well-fattened Thanksgiving turkey. The historical odds against such an occurrence were so grand that if a mathematician had sat down to calculate them, he would have run out of ink before he reached the decimal point. The news cleared the telegraph wires of Canada like a sweeping fire, and within 24 hours, the quiet, pine-scented air of Corbeil was entirely replaced by the frantic, roaring breath of the global press. Now, under ordinary circumstances, when a family is suddenly blessed with a 5-fold addition to its dinner table, the neighbors arrive with loaves of fresh bread, a few outgrown coats, and some words of Christian consolation. But 1934 was not an ordinary time. It was an era when the world's great showmen, politicians, and theatrical managers had discovered that there is no property on earth so immensely profitable as a genuine human novelty. Before the poor, bewildered father could even determine how many boxes of diapers he would need to purchase from the local store, his parlor was invaded by an army of gentlemen from Chicago and New York, wearing sharp suits and diamond stick pins. They represented various world's fairs, sideshows, and vaudeville circuits, and they possessed a remarkably brisk, commercial view of the miracle. They offered the father thousands of dollars in crisp green currency if he would simply permit them to pack up the infants, place them in a portable incubator, and display them between the fat lady and the fire eater at the Century of Progress Exposition. The Premier of Ontario, a gentleman who possessed a very keen eye for the dignity of the Crown and an even keener eye for the tourist receipts, looked upon this American invasion with absolute horror. He declared that it was a moral impossibility for 5 innocent subjects of His Majesty King George V to be carried off to Chicago to be stared at by a crowd of tobacco-chewing Republicans. Therefore, showing that remarkable capacity for high-minded larceny that always characterizes a government when it spots a valuable asset, the Parliament of Ontario stepped in and passed a special law. They declared that Mr. and Mrs. Dionne were entirely incompetent to manage this sudden empire of infancy, and they made the 5 girls wards of the British Crown. They took the babies away from their parents, appointed Dr. Defoe as the chief guardian, and constructed a magnificent specialized fortress directly across the road from the family farm, surrounded by a high wire fence and guarded by provincial police. They called this establishment Quintland, and it immediately became the absolute capital of human curiosity on the civilized globe. The government, having rescued the children from the vulgarity of the American sideshow, proceeded to turn them into the greatest, most lucrative public spectacle in the history of the Dominion. Every morning during the summer months, thousands of tourists from every state in the American Union and every province in Canada would arrive in Corbeil, creating a traffic jam that stretched for miles through the northern woods. They bought special postcards, souvenir spoons, and small bottles of local stones guaranteed to bring fertility to the purchaser. They lined up in long, silent, breathless queues, like pilgrims approaching a shrine in medieval Europe, waiting for their turn to enter the observation gallery. This gallery was a masterpiece of scientific exhibition. It was constructed with large panels of one-way glass, so that the public could look into the playground while the children remained in absolute ignorance of the 3 million eyes staring at them. The tourists were instructed to walk through the corridor in absolute silence, on the principle that a loud cough or an enthusiastic cheer might startle the national resources and cause them to drop their blocks. It was a most whimsical and extraordinary theater. On one side of the glass were 5 tiny, innocent little creatures rolling about on a blanket, pulling each other's hair, and engaged in the ancient, universal business of being human babies. On the other side of the glass, packed shoulder to shoulder in the dim light, were judges, bankers, school mistresses, and rough mechanics from Detroit, all staring through the windows with an expression of open-mouthed, childlike awe that they would never have granted to the pyramids of Egypt or the declarations of the League of Nations. The world had grown so weary of looking at the grim, gray ledger entries of the Depression, the rows of closed factories, the long lines of unemployed men, and the gathering clouds of European diplomacy, that they found something immensely healing in the sight of 5 tiny girls who had managed to survive against all the regulations of science. It was a spectacle of pure, unadulterated life, existing in a world that seemed to be drifting toward decay. Of course, the commercial machinery of the world did not content itself with the tourist gate. The Dionne Quintuplets became the most powerful salesman on the planet. If a manufacturer wished to convince the public that his cornflakes, his soap, his cod liver oil, or his aluminum pots were possessed of some miraculous, life-giving virtue, he did not hire a scientist or a bishop. He simply bought a license from the Ontario government to place the photographs of the 5 sisters on his labels. The public believed, with a beautiful and touching faith, that if 5 fragile infants in the wilds of Canada could grow fat and rosy by consuming a particular brand of oatmeal, a citizen living in a flat in New York could achieve the same result. The wealth that flowed into the official trust fund was grand enough to make a Wall Street broker look small. The hamlet of Corbeil, which had been entirely bankrupt in the early months of '34, became the most prosperous community in the province, with its own paved roads, its own electrical lines, and a steady golden stream of revenue that balanced the regional ledger with 0 friction. But the tragedy of the spectacle, like the tragedy of the G-Man and the SEC, was that it was entirely artificial. The 5 girls were raised in a laboratory of absolute perfection, surrounded by sterilized toys, governed by white-apron nurses who recorded every sneeze and every hiccup in a great federal archive, and separated from their own flesh and blood by a wire fence and a squad of constables. They were the property of the public, the darlings of the press, and the chief asset of the provincial treasury. They were everything, in fact, except 5 ordinary children allowed to make mud pies in their own backyard. The folklore of Quintland proved that when the human race is thoroughly frightened by the complexity of its own machinery, it will always turn back to the primitive wonders of nature with a desperation that borders on the frantic. In 1934, the public spent its mornings studying the grim laws of economics, its afternoons watching the federal agents hunt down bank robbers, and its evenings standing on tiptoe in a northern pine woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of 5 identical little packages from heaven through a sheet of glass. It was a peculiar illusion, no doubt, but as the old world continued to list heavily to port, it was the only illusion that didn't leave a bitter taste in the mouth. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 6. The Great Labor Convulsion. When the history of the human race is finally written down by some disinterested scribe on another planet, the largest chapter will undoubtedly be devoted to that great, everlasting, and deeply mysterious puzzle. Why is it that the man who owns the iron factory and the man who turns the crank on the iron machine cannot ever seem to agree on the value of a day's labor without looking as though they want to bury a hatchet in each other's skulls? It is a problem as old as the pyramids, where the overseers used to argue with the bricklayers using a leather whip, and the bricklayers responded by dropping a 3-ton block of limestone onto the overseer's foot by accident. But by the time the summer of 1934 arrived, this ancient debate had ceased to be a series of local skirmishes. It broke out into a grand continental convulsion that made the economic ledgers of the country read like a series of dispatches from a war zone. For several years, the working man of America had been behaving with a degree of patience that was absolutely unnatural, and therefore highly terrifying to anyone who understood the volcanic nature of the Republic. He had watched his wages cut down to the dimensions of a ribbon. He had seen his hours lengthened until he went to work in the dark and came home in the same condition. And he had stood in long, melancholy lines outside the employment offices while the management explained that a machine without a hand to tend it was a far more economical arrangement than a human being who insisted on eating 3 times a week. But in the spring of '34, the federal government in Washington, possessing that magnificent talent for passing laws without ever quite calculating how they would work in the open air, inserted a very curious sentence into their new industrial legislation. It was called Section 7A, a dry, legalistic bit of phrasing that looked as innocent as a dead grasshopper. But what it actually said when translated into the language of the street was that the working man had a divine, federally guaranteed right to join a labor union and choose his own spokesman without the management being permitted to fire him, harass him, or run him out of the county. Now, to the great captains of industry who sat in their walnut-paneled offices in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York, this little sentence was viewed as an absolute invitation to anarchy. They had spent 40 years running their foundries on the comfortable feudal principle that they were the absolute monarchs of the property. If a workman did not like the smell of the smoke or the size of his paycheck, he was entirely free to take off his overalls and go starve in the public road. That was what they called the American system of freedom. But the working man did not see it that way. Armed with this new scrap of paper from Washington, He decided that the law was on his side, and he began to look about for a way to remind the management that all the fine iron machinery in the world is nothing but an expensive pile of cold, dead rust, unless there is a human hand willing to pull the lever. The grand explosion began on the waterfront of San Francisco. Now, the business of loading and unloading ships in that great Pacific harbor was conducted under a system known as the shape-up. Every morning at dawn, hundreds of rough, heavy-chested longshoremen would gather on the docks in the cold fog, like a pack of hounds waiting for a bone. The company bosses would walk out onto the pier, look over the crowd with a cold, critical eye, and select the strongest, most submissive fellows to do the day's work, leaving the rest to trudge back to their families without a nickel in their pockets. It was a system that encouraged a man to be a sycophant, a bribe giver, and a thoroughly broken spirit. But the longshoremen found a voice in a remarkable, sharp-featured Australian immigrant named Harry Bridges. Mr. Bridges was not a gentleman who spoke in the polite, oiled phrases of the diplomacy. He spoke with the directness of a sledgehammer hitting an anvil. He told the men that if they all stood together, folded their arms at the same instant, and refused to touch a single crate of pineapples or a bag of flour until the company recognized their union, the great mercantile empires of the coast would grind to a halt in 24 hours. On the 9th day of May, the longshoremen did precisely that. They walked off the ships and onto the cobblestones of the Embarcadero, and within a week, the entire maritime industry of the Pacific coast was as quiet as a country graveyard. The great steamers sat idly at their moorings, their holds bursting with rotting fruit and rusting iron, while the ship owners paced their offices, cursed the government, and demanded that the governor call out the militia to clear the streets. By July, the tension had grown so thick that it exploded into open warfare. The police and the private guards attempted to open the port by force, using riot clubs, tear gas, and automatic pistols against a roaring crowd of thousands of workmen armed with nothing but cobblestones, ship ropes, and their own knuckles. When the smoke cleared from the waterfront on a day that became known as Bloody Thursday, 2 longshoremen lay dead in the street, and dozens more were in the hospitals. In ordinary times, such a demonstration of force would have broken the strike and sent the men back to work with their tails between their legs. But 1934 was a year of surprises. Instead of being frightened, the entire working population of San Francisco rose up in a grand, silent fury. Every truck driver, every streetcar conductor, every butcher, every baker, and even the gentlemen who mixed the drinks in the fashionable saloons walked out of their shops in unison. They called a general strike, an absolute cessation of human activity that turned one of the busiest cities in the world into a vast, ghostly monument of silence. For 4 days, you could not buy a loaf of bread, hire a taxicab, or turn on a public light unless you possessed a permit stamped by the strike committee. It was a magnificent, terrifying demonstration of the fact that the entire structure of civilization is held up not by the bankers or the politicians, but by the quiet, anonymous millions who do the heavy lifting. While San Francisco was experiencing this convulsion, the same drama was being played out on a dozen different stages across the Republic. In Minneapolis, the truck drivers organized themselves into an army that fought the local police to a standstill in the public market, transforming the distribution of milk and potatoes into a tactical problem involving clubs and iron pipes. In the South, 400,000 textile workers walked out of the cotton mills, creating a line of pickets that stretched for hundreds of miles through the hills until the governors of 3 states were forced to declare martial law and lock the strikers up in barbed wire stockades that looked uncommonly like prison camps. The wealthy and respectable citizens of the nation looked upon these events with absolute panic. They declared that the Red Revolution had finally arrived. They filled the newspapers with frantic editorials claiming that Harry Bridges and the Union leaders were taking their instructions directly from the dark cellars of Moscow. And they barricaded themselves in their suburban mansions with shotguns and a winter supply of canned soup. But the Great Labor Convulsion of '34 was not an attempt to overthrow the Republic. It was simply a very loud, very rough, and thoroughly American method of balancing the ledger. The working man didn't want to burn down the factory. He merely wanted to ensure that when the profits of the enterprise were distributed, he would receive a large enough share to buy his children a pair of leather shoes and an occasional ticket to the moving pictures. By the time the autumn frosts arrived to cool the blood of the disputants, the great storm had largely spent its force, leaving the industrial landscape completely transformed. The unions had won their recognition in the great ports, the foundries, and the mills. The captains of industry had learned that they could no longer govern their properties like absolute monarchs. And the federal government had discovered that when you pass a law giving a man a right, you had better be prepared for him to use it with both hands. It was a rough, chaotic, and thoroughly uncivilized way to settle a business dispute, no doubt, but it served to show that in 1934, the old human habit of getting what you want by hitting your neighbor over the head was still the most popular form of diplomacy on earth. The human race had spent its morning passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoon cheering for a bank robber, and its evening watching its own factories turn into a battlefield. It was a ledger of absolute contradiction, but it was the only ledger the world had left, and they had to live with the balance sheet whether they liked the figures or not. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 7. The Midnight Pruning in Munich. Now, if a man should grow weary of the domestic absurdities of the American Republic, where we settle our arguments by electing a bank robber to the Hall of Folklore fame, or by turning one of our busiest seaports into a silent monument of theological meditation on the value of a day's labor, he might be tempted to turn his eyes across the wide Atlantic Ocean toward the ancient and cultivated states of Europe. He might naturally suppose that in those venerable kingdoms and empires, where the universities have been standing since the days of the Crusades and the statesmen have been practicing the art of diplomacy for 1,000 years, he would find a brand of political behavior that is both dignified, rational, and thoroughly scrubbed of any unseemly wilderness vulgarity. But if our traveler had arrived in the picturesque city of Munich in the high summer of 1934, he would have discovered that when it comes to the grand art of human misbehavior, the old world did not merely match the new. It left our domestic scoundrels looking like a pack of harmless Sunday school scholars who had fallen behind in their lessons. For more than a year, the great and industrious nation of Germany had been governed by a most remarkable political fraternity known as the National Socialists. At the head of this enterprise was a gentleman who had started his professional career as a rather indifferent house painter in Vienna, but who had since discovered that if a man possesses a voice like a steam whistle and a talent for telling a thoroughly discouraged population exactly who is to blame for their misfortunes, he can become the absolute master of a continent before anyone thinks to examine his credentials. This German Chancellor, a fellow with a very curious, clipped little mustache that looked as though it had been borrowed from a comic theater performance and never properly returned, had spent his first 12 months in office building a political machinery that was a marvel of absolute thoroughness. He had locked up his critics in specialized camps, dissolved the local parliaments, and declared that the old cumbersome business of voting was henceforth entirely abolished in favor of a much simpler system where he did all the talking and everyone else did the shouting. But by the time June of '34 rolled around, the Chancellor found himself staring at a very common, very ancient bureaucratic ledger entry. He discovered that when you build a grand political party out of several million rough, loudmouth street fighters who have spent 10 years dreaming of plunder, you cannot instantly convert them into quiet, law-abiding bank clerks merely by passing a law. The chief source of his embarrassment was an immense brown-shirted private army known as the Sturmabteilung, or the SA. This multi-million-headed beast was commanded by an uncommonly stout, thoroughly scarred old soldier named Captain Ernst Röhm. Captain Röhm was a gentleman who looked upon the universe through a pair of small, suspicious eyes, and who held a firm conviction that the true purpose of a national revolution was to turn his own pack of tavern brawlers into the official military masters of the state, thereby replacing the old aristocratic German army with a collection of fellows who had spent most of their adult lives being thrown out of the respectable beer halls of Bavaria. The old generals of the traditional army, gentlemen who wore monocles, possessed names that were 3 syllables longer than their horses, and traced their family trees back to the ancient kings of Prussia, looked upon Captain Röhm and his brown-shirted legions with a species of holy horror. They went to the aged President of the Republic, the venerable Field Marshal Hindenburg, and they delivered a very plain ultimatum. They suggested that if the Chancellor did not see fit to clip the wings of his private army and remind Captain Röhm of its proper place in the social ledger, the regular army would step in, declare martial law, and clear out the entire government with a few rounds of artillery. The Chancellor, showing that remarkable capacity for sudden practical arithmetic that always characterizes a dictator when his own skin is on the line, looked at the balance sheet and made up his mind in a flash. He realized that while a private army of 3 million street fighters is an uncommonly useful thing when you are trying to smash the windows of your political opponents, a regular army with modern field guns and a complete monopoly on the ammunition factories is a far better partner if you wish to remain the sole proprietor of a nation's destiny. Therefore, he decided to engage in a piece of political gardening that became known to history by the uncommonly poetic title of The Night of the Long Knives. It was a weekend of domestic ledger balancing that demonstrated to the world that when you invite a wolf to govern the sheepfold, the secondary wolves are always the very first to be devoured by the management. On the night of the 29th of June, Captain Röhm and his chief lieutenants had gathered at a pleasant lakeside resort near Munich called Bad Wiessee to recuperate from their political exertions and to discuss their future plans for the Republic. They were sleeping the deep, comfortable sleep of men who believe that their personal friend, the Chancellor, is safely watching the door in Berlin. But just as the dawn was beginning to break over the mountains, the Chancellor himself arrived at the resort, accompanied not by a diplomatic delegation with a set of protocols, but by a large force of his own specialized black-shirted bodyguards known as the SS. These black-shirted gentlemen were selected on the principle that they should possess the absolute devotion of a well-trained hound and the general tenderness of a timber wolf. They burst into the hotel rooms with drawn pistols, woke up the sleeping leaders of the private army, and informed them that they were under arrest for a grand, invisible conspiracy against the state that had been invented by the publicity department only 3 hours prior. Captain Röhm was hauled off to a prison cell in Munich, where he was presented with a loaded revolver and a polite suggestion from the management that he save everyone a great deal of paperwork by doing the proper thing before noon. When he stubbornly refused to cooperate with the schedule, 2 black-shirted gentlemen stepped into the room with automatic pistols and balanced his personal ledger on the spot. While this country house comedy was being enacted in Bavaria, a far larger and more thorough pruning was taking place in the capital city of Berlin. The Chancellor's chief lieutenant, a very large, uncommonly cheerful gentleman named Göring, who possessed a collection of uniforms that would have made a comic opera director swoon with envy, had spent the week preparing a list of all the citizens who had ever caused the government any degree of annoyance. The black-shirted squads traversed the city in fast, dark automobiles, and they did not limit their attentions merely to the radical elements of the private army. They looked up old chancellors who had been retired for years. They paid calls on Catholic politicians who had spoken too plainly about the freedom of the press. And they visited various traditional generals who had neglected to tip their hats with sufficient enthusiasm when the Chancellor passed by. It was an absolute triumph of administrative efficiency. Men were taken out of their gardens, hauled out of their offices, or shot down in their own hallways without the tiresome, old-fashioned inconvenience of a judge, a jury, or a written charge. By the time the weekend had ended and the German people had sat down to their Sunday dinners, several hundred of their most prominent citizens had vanished from the earth as completely as if they had been dissolved in a tub of acid. On Monday morning, the government issued a grand, beautifully worded proclamation explaining that the Chancellor had saved the nation from an immediate, bloody revolution by his own courageous and timely action. The public, which had spent the weekend listening to the frantic rumors and watching the trucks loaded with soldiers roar through the streets, received the news with a degree of quiet submission that was a marvel to behold. The regular army generals patted themselves on the back, polished their monocles, and thanked the Chancellor for his beautiful cooperation, entirely failing to notice that by permitting the government to murder their own colleagues without a trial, they had signed away their own protection and handed the keys of the house to the very fellow they had hoped to control. It was a magnificent piece of political ledger-demain. It proved that in the year 1934, the old European civilization, with all its fine cathedrals, its ancient laws, and its beautiful traditions of philosophy, was entirely prepared to throw its own ledger books into the furnace if it could only be promised a bit of order in the streets. The human race had spent its morning passing laws to ensure financial honesty in New York, its afternoon cheering for a bank robber in Indiana, and its evening watching the master of a great empire settle a domestic dispute with a meat cleaver. It was a spectacle that left the old world looking remarkably like a madhouse. But as the old year continued to turn its pages, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the smoke was filling the corners with an uncommonly brisk velocity. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 8. The Passing of the Old Field Marshal. When a nation has completely unhitched its political wagon from the old familiar posts of sanity and decided to let a collection of enthusiastic house painters and black-shirted rowdies drive the team at a full gallop through the scenery, it usually retains one solitary piece of comforting architecture to keep the populace from absolute panic. This architecture usually takes the form of some ancient, venerable relic of a man, a human monument who has been standing in the public square for so long that the citizens have come to confuse him with the mountain ranges or the solar system. They take it for granted that as long as this old gentleman is sitting in his armchair with his boots on, the grand structure of the state cannot entirely dissolve into a circus performance. In the German Republic of 1934, this human anchor was none other than the President of the Reich, the venerable Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg. Now, the Field Marshal was not merely a man. He was an institution with a mustache that looked like a granite ledge and a square, massive head that seemed to have been chiseled out of a Prussian oak by an energetic blacksmith. He had entered the military service of his country before most of the current rulers of Europe had even learned how to use a spoon without splashing their waistcoats. He had fought against the Austrians in the 60s. He had seen the French Empire smashed at Sedan in 1870, and during the grand catastrophic World War, he had been the absolute warlord of the nation, commanding millions of men with the slow, unblinking gravity of a chess master whose clock had stopped 50 years ago. By the time the high summer of '34 arrived, the old Field Marshal was sitting in his grand country estate at Neudeck in West Prussia, living out the final pages of his personal ledger. He was 86 years old. His eyes were growing dim, and his mind had a habit of drifting away from the messy, loud-mouthed politics of the present day and wandering back into the comfortable, tidy smoke of the old imperial battlefields. The clever young chancellor in Berlin looked upon the failing health of the old Field Marshal with a kind of intense, calculating affection that a hungry crocodile grants to a fat pig that has wandered down to the riverbank for a drink. The chancellor realized that as long as Hindenburg drew breath, there was still one authority in the land that was higher than his own steam whistle voice. The old man was the honorary chief of the regular army, and if he should happen to wake up some morning with a clear head and a sense of patriotic indignation, he could still sign a single scrap of paper that would turn the chancellor out into the street and put the entire government under the heels of the military. Therefore, the chancellor and his lieutenants treated the dying hero with a degree of reverence that was absolutely magnificent in its hypocrisy. They visited his estate with immense baskets of fruit, grand wreaths of laurel, and beautiful hand-engraved declarations of eternal loyalty, while their private secretaries were sitting in the next room quietly drafting the new laws that would completely swallow up the old man's office the moment his pulse gave its final flutter. The comedy of the deathbed was conducted with that absolute thoroughness that is the chief characteristic of the German bureaucratic genius. Every morning, the newspapers issued a bulletin explaining that the great field marshal was resting comfortably, that his spirit was as firm as ever, and that he had just expressed his deepest, most touching admiration for the wonderful work the Chancellor was doing to clean out the rascals from the capital. Whether the old gentleman actually said these fine things, or whether he merely looked at the Chancellor and mistook him for a traveling salesman who had come to look at the plumbing, is a matter that the official historians have never quite cleared up. There were rumors that in his final clouded moments, the field marshal looked upon the Chancellor and addressed him as "Your Majesty," under the comfortable impression that the old Kaiser had finally come back from his exile in Holland to take over the shop. It was a beautiful, whimsical error, and it must have caused the house painter's heart to skip a beat with pride, even if it served to show how completely the old man had lost his place in the current ledger. On the 2nd day of August, 1934, the grand old monument finally collapsed. The field marshal took his final breath, closed his tired eyes on the changing world, and went to join his old emperor in that great silent region where there are no political parties and no newspapers to disturb the peace. The moment the old gentleman's heart stopped beating, the clock in the government offices in Berlin began to strike with a speed that was absolutely breathtaking. The Chancellor did not waste 60 seconds in mourning the national loss. He did not even wait for the undertaker to finish his professional duties before he brought his fist down upon his mahogany desk and put his pre-arranged plan into motion. Within 1 hour of Hindenburg's passing, the government issued a grand decree that completely took the breath away from the remaining constitutionalists of the Republic. It was a law that skipped all the traditional tedious business of holding an election or consulting the wishes of the voters. It simply declared that the office of the presidency was henceforth entirely abolished, and that all its ancient powers, its military commands, and its constitutional privileges were now permanently merged with the office of the Chancellor. To make the ledger entries perfectly clear to the dullest intellect, the Chancellor did not take the title of President. He declared that the title belonged to Hindenburg alone, and that henceforth he would be known to the universe by the simple, majestic formula of Der Führer, the leader. He was now the sole proprietor of the German nation, the chief judge of its courts, the master of its revenues, and the supreme commander of every soldier, sailor, and airman within the boundaries of the state. To ensure that there was no hitch in the machinery, the regular army generals were called into their barracks that very afternoon. They had spent the morning preparing their fine uniforms for the field marshal's funeral, but before they could leave for the church, they were forced to stand in a line, raise their right hands toward the ceiling, and recite a brand new oath of allegiance. Now, in the old days, a soldier took an oath to the Constitution, or to the flag, or to the sacred soil of the fatherland, but the Chancellor had completely rewritten the grammar of loyalty. The new oath required every officer and private to swear absolute, unconditional obedience, not to the state, but to the person of the Chancellor himself, to the individual man with the little mustache and the Vienna accent. It was a magnificent piece of ledger-demain. With a single paragraph of text, the entire military power of one of the greatest nations on earth was converted into the personal property of a single politician, and the generals signed the paper with the cheerful alacrity of schoolboys who have just been promised an extra holiday. A few weeks later, to give the business a proper look of democratic respectability, the government held a grand plebiscite, asking the German people if they approved of this complete transformation of their house. The election was conducted on the modern principle that a citizen is entirely free to vote yes, but if he should happen to feel an eccentric desire to vote no, he must do so in a wooden booth surrounded by 3 large stormtroopers who are taking notes on his behavior for their private files. Under these beautiful conditions of freedom, more than 38 million citizens recorded their enthusiastic approval of the new order, proving that if you give a population a sufficient amount of theatrical music, flags, and a healthy dread of the dark, they will vote to make their own chains twice as heavy, and thank the blacksmith for his trouble. The passing of the Old Field Marshal was the final milestone on the road to absolute illusion. The old world of the 19th century, with its slow, dignified gravity, its respect for traditional contracts, and its comfortable belief that a gentleman in a fine uniform would always protect the laws of the house, was buried in the tomb with Hindenburg. The new era was now completely installed, an era of absolute speed, unlimited noise, and a system of bookkeeping where the only entry that mattered was the will of the fellow who held the whip. The human race had spent its morning trying to protect its small savings from the speculators in New York, its afternoon watching its own factories turn into a battlefield in San Francisco, and its evening handing the keys of a great European empire to a single master. It was a balance sheet of pure madness. But as the old year continued to turn its pages, the world had to admit that the performance was the most spectacular show in town. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 9. The 10,000-Mile Stroll. Now, if a man should cast his eye over the grand ledger of human behavior and begin to think that the white-collared financial rascals of Wall Street or the black-shirted political gardeners of Germany hold a complete monopoly on the production of monumental absurdities, he may take comfort in the knowledge that the ancient and populous empire of China was entirely prepared in the autumn of 1934 to show the Western world what can be accomplished when a nation sets its mind to doing things on a truly continental scale. For a good many years, the vast interior of China had been experiencing a condition of political health that was remarkably like a continuous explosion in a fireworks factory. There was a government in Nanking, commanded by a very stiff, uncommonly solemn generalissimo named Chiang Kai-shek, who spent his days wearing a beautiful uniform, receiving polite foreign diplomats, and trying to convince the rest of the world that he was the absolute master of the house. And there was a large, highly stubborn collection of agrarian revolutionaries, known to the newspapers as the Chinese Communists, who lived out in the rugged southern mountains of Kiangsi and held a deeply rooted conviction that the Generalissimo's government was nothing but a front for the wealthy moneylenders and foreign merchants of Shanghai. The Generalissimo looked upon these rural reformers with the kind of affection a tidy housekeeper grants to a nest of hornets in the pantry. He did not believe in long-winded diplomatic arguments or the slow modern ledger-demain of political compromise. He believed in circles. He gathered up an army of nearly 500,000 men, equipped them with modern rifles and German-style machine guns, and built a vast interlocking ring of stone blockhouses and barbed wire fences all around the mountain stronghold of his opponents. It was what he called an encirclement campaign, and the principle of it was beautiful in its simplicity. He intended to squeeze the circle tighter and tighter until the revolutionaries were entirely deprived of salt, rice, and ammunition, thereby forcing them to die of starvation or surrender their ledgers to the government clerks. By October of 1934, the circle had grown so tight that the revolutionaries could feel the breath of the Generalissimo's infantry on the backs of their necks. Their larders were empty, their shoes were worn down to the skin, and their territory had been reduced to a narrow strip of rocky dirt that wasn't large enough to pasture a healthy goat. Under these circumstances, any proper text-approved military commander in the Western world would have sat down, hoisted a white handkerchief on a stick, and asked for the best terms he could get before the dinner hour. But the Chinese revolutionaries were not governed by Western textbooks. They were led by a remarkably quiet, uncommonly heavy-set country fellow named Mao Zedong, who possessed a round, smooth face that looked like a smiling porcelain melon, and a talent for looking at a complete military disaster and declaring it to be a magnificent opportunity for an excursion. Mr. Mao looked at the blockhouses, he looked at the 500,000 government soldiers with their loaded rifles, and he made up his mind to engage in a piece of strategic arithmetic that completely paralyzed the imagination of the world's great military academies. He did not surrender, and he did not attempt to break through the front door of the enemy's house. Instead, he told his followers, nearly 100,000 men, women, and children, to pack up their cooking pots, their blankets, their printing presses, and their sewing machines, and simply go for a walk. On the night of the 16th of October, this immense column of humanity slipped through a gap in the blockhouses like water through a rusty sieve and turned their faces toward the wild, uncharted wilderness of the West. Thus began that most whimsical and extraordinary performance known to history as the Long March, a 10,000-mile stroll through the clouds that proved a military retreat can look remarkably like a glorious victory, provided you are willing to walk far enough and lose enough of your companions along the road. The column was a sight that would have caused a regular European drill sergeant to lose his reason on the spot. It was not an army. It was an entire society on wheels, or rather on calloused feet. They carried their wounded on bamboo litters. They packed their official documents onto the backs of stubborn little mountain mules, and they marched along the narrow dirt tracks in a line that stretched for dozens of miles across the landscape, looking like a great, dark dragon crawling over the hills. The Generalissimo was absolutely furious when he discovered that his bird had flown. He sent his airplanes into the sky to drop bombs on the column. He ordered his cavalry to harass their flanks, and he instructed the local warlords of the western provinces to build new walls, dig deep ditches, and shoot every fellow who looked as though he might be harboring a radical thought about the ownership of real estate. But the marchers possessed an asset that the Generalissimo's bureaucracy had entirely omitted from their calculations. They had an absolute unlimited supply of distance. Whenever the government forces managed to build a fine, expensive line of defense across a highway, the column would simply leave the road, climb over a mountain range that was 10,000 feet high, wade through a swamp that had never been mapped since the creation, and appear 3 days later in the backyard of some bewildered provincial governor who hadn't received a mail delivery since the previous winter. The geographical obstacles were of a nature that made the European Alps look like a set of ornamental garden steps. There was the famous affair at the Looting Bridge, a terrifying structure consisting of nothing but 13 bare iron chains swinging over a roaring, boiling mountain river that would have smashed a human body into mincemeat in 60 seconds. The government troops had removed the wooden planks from the bridge and placed a nest of machine guns on the opposite bank, confident that no creature without wings could possibly cross the chasm. But the revolutionaries did not stop to argue the geometry of the situation. A squad of young fellows volunteered for the job, climbed onto the bare iron chains with their pistols in their teeth, and swung themselves across the river hand over hand while the machine guns were spitting fire at their jackets. They captured the position, replaced the planks, and the entire 100,000-headed procession walked across the swinging bridge in single file, while the Generalissimo's generals were still drafting a report explaining that the position was absolutely impregnable. As the months dragged on and the march continued through the winter, the stroll became a long, melancholy review of human endurance. They marched through the great snowy mountains, where the air was so thin that a man would drop dead if he stopped to draw a long breath, and they traversed the terrifying marshlands of the high grasslands, a vast green sea of treacherous mud that looked like solid turf, but would swallow a mule or a child in a single greasy gulp if they stepped 6 inches off the trail. By the time the column finally arrived in the northern province of Shanxi, nearly a year after they had packed up their pots in the south, the 100,000 marchers had been reduced to a small, hollow-eyed remnant of fewer than 8,000 souls. They were covered in mud. Their garments were made of raw sheepskins and flour sacks, and they looked less like a victorious revolutionary army and more like a collection of shipwrecked sailors who had been cast ashore on the moon. But they had arrived. They had walked through 12 different provinces, crossed 18 mountain ranges, waded through 24 major rivers, and defeated the armies of 10 different local warlords, completely outrunning the entire military and political apparatus of the central government, using nothing but their own legs and a stubborn refusal to believe their own ledger books. Mr. Mao sat down in a cold clay cave in Yan'an, lit his pipe, and declared to the world that the great enterprise had been a magnificent success. He pointed out that while they had lost their old territory, their wealth, and 90% of their companions, they had managed to preserve the core of their movement and had gained a reputation for invincibility that all the money in Shanghai couldn't buy. They had turned a desperate, panicked flight from destruction into a grand national legend that would eventually allow them to swallow up the entire empire. It was a magnificent lesson in the vanity of human calculations. The Generalissimo had possessed all the guns, all the money, all the blockhouses, and all the respectability of the civilized globe. But he had forgotten that in the long run, the human race is possessed of an eccentric capacity for doing the impossible if they are given a sufficiently grand story to believe in. In the year 1934, the Western nations were busy passing laws, building fences, and counting their pennies in their banks, while out in the vast ancient spaces of Asia, a pack of ragged countryfolk proved that you can balance the ledger of the world by simply walking away from the accountants and into the future. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 10. The Lens of Marseilles. Now, if a man were to sit down in the quiet of his library and attempt to construct an engine that could instantly convert the serious, heavy-handed business of international diplomacy into an afternoon's amusement for a collection of tobacco-chewing schoolboys and idle clerks, he would find himself thoroughly outmatched by a very simple, very elegant piece of glass and brass known as the moving picture camera. For centuries, the great kings, emperors, and prime ministers of the old world had conducted their affairs on the comfortable principle of absolute privacy. If a monarch wished to adjust a national border, sign a treaty of mutual assistance, or express his deepest personal irritation toward his cousin on a neighboring throne, he did so in a stately chamber lined with velvet curtains and guarded by 3 lines of infantry. The public was permitted to see the results of these deliberations only months later, printed on very thick, very expensive paper with a grand golden seal at the bottom, which the average citizen could not read anyway. It was a beautiful, dignified system that allowed history to look uncommonly like a painting by an old master. But by the time the autumn of 1934 arrived, the mechanical geniuses of the age had placed a small portable box on a 3-legged wooden stand and delivered it into the hands of a brand-new breed of historian known as the newsreel cameraman. This fellow did not possess any reverence for the ancient protocols of the court. He did not care a rap for the dignity of the crown or the delicate nerves of the foreign offices. He cared only for focus, light, and whether or not his subject remained within the boundaries of his little viewfinder while he turned the crank on the side of his box. The grand and terrible manifestation of this new era occurred in the ancient, sun-drenched French seaport of Marseilles on the 9th day of October. The city was dressed in its very best holiday ribbons to welcome a most distinguished visitor, His Majesty King Alexander I of Yugoslavia. The king was a gentleman who possessed a very sharp military appearance, a fine collection of medals that covered his chest like an iron shingle, and a political ledger that was absolutely packed with difficulties. He had spent his reign trying to govern a country made up of half a dozen different nationalities who held a deep-seated traditional habit of wishing to cut each other's throats after church on Sundays, and he had come to France to discuss a grand cooperative plan to keep the peace of Europe from falling into the hands of the dictators. To meet the king at the pier, the French government had sent its foreign minister, a remarkably round, uncommonly polite old statesman named Monsieur Louis Barthou. Monsieur Barthou was a product of the old school of European politics, a man who believed that a difficult international problem could always be safely contained if you gave it a sufficiently grand banquet and surrounded it with a half-mile of flowery rhetoric. The two great men climbed into the back seat of a large, black, open-topped Delage automobile to ride through the streets to the prefecture. Now, any regular small-town police chief in the American territory of Indiana could have told the French authorities that if you place a controversial monarch in an open car that moves at the stately pace of a funeral carriage through a city known to be the favorite nesting place for every radical political exile on the Mediterranean, you are offering an invitation to trouble that no self-respecting scoundrel could possibly refuse. But the French police, possessing that magnificent artistic faith in the general goodness of the weather, had provided only a small escort of two mounted officers on horseback riding alongside the rear wheels, leaving the flanks of the carriage entirely open to the compliments of the pavement. Among the thousands of citizens who lined the sidewalks to cheer and wave their paper flags was a very quiet, uncommonly determined fellow named Vlado Chernozemski. Mr. Chernozemski was a professional agent for a revolutionary society from the Balkans, and he did not believe in banquet speeches or golden seals. He believed in the absolute directness of an automatic pistol. Just as the open car turned into the main square, Chernozemski stepped out from the crowd, bypassed the mounted guard with the agility of a circus performer, and leapt onto the running board of the Delage. Before the crowd could even cease its cheering, he produced a Mauser pistol from his jacket and emptied the entire magazine into the back seat of the carriage, striking down the King of Yugoslavia, where he sat, and mortally wounding Monsieur Bartou before a single officer could draw his saber from its scabbard. In the old days, such a catastrophe would have remained a dark, mysterious legend for days, described only by the frantic telegrams of the diplomats and the imaginative drawings of the newspaper illustrators. But 1934 was the era of the lens. Standing on a small wooden platform just 20 feet from the carriage was a newsreel cameraman named Mr. Georges Méjat. When the firing began and the crowd broke into a screaming, panicked stampede, Mr. Méjat did not seek the shelter of a doorway or drop his instrument to pray for his safety. He possessed the true magnificent insanity of the modern journalist. He kept his eye glued to his viewfinder, his fingers steady on the wooden crank, and he swung his camera around with the smooth precision of a field gun, capturing the entire bloody business in broad daylight on 50 feet of celluloid ribbon. He recorded the scene with an absolute, terrifying lack of prejudice. He caught the moment when the mounted officer raised his heavy saber and brought it down upon the assassin's head. He captured the wild, chaotic rush of the crowd as they trampled the gunman into the pavement. And he brought his lens directly into the back seat of the open car, showing the dying king lying back against the leather cushions while his fine military cap rolled about in the dust of the floorboards. Within 48 hours, this 30-second fragment of reality had been multiplied by the millions in the film laboratories of Paris and London and shipped to every moving picture palace on the civilized globe. It was an absolute marvel of mechanical distribution. By the time the weekend arrived, the average citizen living in a flat in Chicago, a cottage in Devonshire, or a suburb of Berlin could walk down to his local theater, pay his nickel or his shilling at the glass box, purchase a sack of buttered popcorn, and sit in a comfortable velvet-lined seat while the absolute destruction of European stability was played out before his eyes for his afternoon's entertainment. The public devoured the spectacle with a species of breathless fascination that was a complete novelty in human history. They did not look upon it as a piece of news. They looked upon it as a drama that was far more satisfying than the fictional comedies or the cowboy romances that followed it on the program. They asked the projectionist to run the reel over again so they could study the exact expression on the king's face at the moment of impact, or analyze the precise trajectory of the policeman's horse as it reared up in the smoke. The diplomats in Washington and London looked upon this performance with a horror that was grand enough to shake their collar studs. They realized that the old, comfortable ledger of secrets had been permanently ruined by the camera. A king could no longer die with dignity in his own palace. He had to do it in front of a lens so that a roomful of schoolgirls in Ohio could discuss his final moments over their ice cream sodas. History had been transformed from a serious philosophical ledger into a piece of theatrical merchandise sold by the foot and accompanied by a lively tune from the theater organ. The assassination at Marseilles caused an immediate, frantic scramble in the foreign offices of Europe, as every nation began to prepare its files and accuse its neighbors of harboring the conspiracy. But the public paid very little attention to the subsequent protocols. They had already seen the show. They had witnessed the blood on the leather cushions in high-definition gray ink, and they had discovered that a grand historical tragedy looks uncommonly like an ordinary street accident when you take away the poetry and look at it through a piece of glass. The folklore of the lens proved that when you give the human race a choice between understanding the complex, terrifying causes of a global crisis or simply watching the smoke rise from a pistol on a screen, they will choose the screen every time and ask for a second helping of popcorn. In 1934, the world had spent its morning passing laws to ensure financial honesty. Its afternoon watching its own factories turn into a battlefield, and its evening watching a king struck down in broad daylight from the comfort of a theater seat. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction, but as the old year began to count its remaining pages, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the entertainment was the only thing that was still worth the price of admission. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 11. The Myth of the Scottish Loch. Now, if a man should find himself thoroughly exhausted by the dark, blood-stained ledgers of European diplomacy, where kings are struck down in the open street to the accompaniment of a moving picture crank, and if he should turn away in disgust from the rough cobblestone arguments of the American waterfront, he might naturally look about for some quiet, ancient corner of the globe where the human mind has had time to settle into a condition of comfortable, philosophical repose. He might naturally turn his eyes toward the venerable kingdom of Scotland on the comfortable assumption that a nation which spends its days cultivating the sturdy arts of golf, oatmeal, and Presbyterian theology would be entirely free from any unseemly appetite for the fantastic. But if our traveler had picked up a London journal in the late autumn of 1934, he would have made a very shocking discovery. He would have found out that when it comes to a choice between facing the grim, gray realities of the current world or believing in a 3-ton prehistoric reptile living in a freshwater ditch, the British public did not merely choose the reptile. They embraced it with a grand national enthusiasm that bordered on the frantic. The theater for this magnificent piece of foolishness was a long, narrow, uncommonly deep sheet of dark water known as Loch Ness, which sits in the rugged highlands of Scotland and had spent the previous 10,000 years doing nothing more spectacular than reflecting the heather and chilling the toes of the local fishermen. The water was so cold, so black, and so thoroughly choked with peat that a fish had to use a lantern just to find its dinner, and the lake had never been considered a desirable piece of residential property by any creature higher in the social ledger than a common salmon. But in the early months of '34, a London surgeon of excellent reputation, a gentleman named Dr. Robert Kenneth Wilson, who possessed a clean collar, a distinguished practice, and all the solemn gravity that usually belongs to a man who spends his days looking at the tonsils of the aristocracy, took a holiday in the north. While walking along the rocky shores of the loch with his camera in his hand, he supposedly looked out over the water and beheld a spectacle that completely took the breath out of his waistcoat. There, just a few hundred yards from the bank, a long, slender, graceful neck, looking uncommonly like the trunk of an elephant or the tail of a very large serpent, rose majestically from the ripples, paused for a moment to admire the scenery, and then slid back into the dark depths without making any more noise than a rising trout. Dr. Wilson, showing that remarkable presence of mind that always characterizes a Briton when he spots something unusual on his holiday, brought his camera to his eye, snapped the shutter, and captured the image on a tiny square of celluloid before the ripples had even reached the shore. When the photograph was published in the grand journals of London, the result was an absolute explosion of national curiosity. It was a very simple, very blurry little picture showing a dark, curved shape rising against a background of gray water. But it possessed an imaginative property that was grander than all the declarations of the League of Nations. The public looked at that tiny shadow and instantly decided that a prehistoric monster, a genuine 100-foot plesiosaurus that had somehow neglected to die during the Great Extinction, was currently residing in the parish of Inverness Shire. The news cleared the telegraph wires like a sweeping fire, and within a fortnight, the quiet, misty air of the Scottish Highlands was entirely replaced by the frantic, roaring breath of the global press. The road along the loch, which had previously been used only by an occasional shepherd or a timber wagon, became a permanent traffic jam of fast automobiles, motor coaches, and delivery vans from the big city newspapers. The world had grown so weary of looking at the grim, gray ledger entries of the economic crisis, the long lines of unemployed men in the coal districts, the closed shipyards on the Clyde, and the menacing speeches of the house painter in Berlin, that they found something immensely comforting in the thought that a prehistoric reptile was safely paddling about in a Scottish pond. A sea monster was a far more agreeable neighbor than a European dictator. The monster might occasionally frighten a sheep or upset a rowing boat, but it didn't insist on passing laws, speechifying over the wireless, or marching its infantry across the borders of its neighbors. The shores of the loch became the absolute capital of human illusion on the civilized globe. The local inhabitants, showing that remarkable capacity for sudden practical arithmetic that always characterizes a Scotsman when he spots a wealthy traveler, moved into the entertainment business with both hands. They established lookouts, rented out binoculars at 6 pence an hour, and invented a brand new breed of regional folklore that grew by 3 feet every time a tourist purchased a glass of local whiskey. If a tourist looked out over the water at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and saw a floating log, a flock of ducks, or a swell caused by a passing steamer, he did not record it as a log or a duck in his personal journal. He ran down to the nearest hotel, called the London newspapers at immense expense, and swore that he had just seen a creature with 3 humps, a head like a horse, and eyes that glowed like the lamps on a motor carriage. The British government, showing that magnificent talent for maintaining its dignity even when the room is on fire, was forced to take notice of the crisis. There were debates in the Parliament regarding whether or not a special law should be passed to protect the monster from the attentions of the American big game hunters, who were already arriving with high-powered rifles and a desire to stuff the creature's head for display in a museum in New York. The naturalists at the British Museum issued solemn, multisyllabic warnings explaining that it was an absolute impossibility for an ancient reptile to survive in a cold Scottish lake without a regular supply of tropical vegetation, but the public paid no more attention to the scientists than they did to the politicians. They wanted their monster, and they were determined to believe in it, whether nature approved of the ledger entries or not. The grand comedy of the business was that the monster was an absolute triumph of the unseen. Nobody ever saw it clearly. Nobody ever found a single scale, a bone, or a footprint on the shore, and the entire legend rested upon a single, blurry photograph taken by a gentleman who refused to have his name printed in the first dispatches, because he considered it beneath the dignity of his profession. The monster existed entirely in the imagination of the spectators, a magnificent 3-ton mirror that reflected the collective desire of a frightened human race to find some corner of the world where the rules of modern civilization were entirely suspended. It was a beautiful, whimsical theater. On one side of the ledger were the great statesmen of Europe, spending their days in Geneva, passing high-sounding resolutions to ensure the peace of the world, while their generals were quietly counting the light tanks in the foundries. And on the other side of the ledger were 300,000 honest citizens, standing on tiptoe in a drizzling Scottish rain, hoping to catch a glimpse of a prehistoric tale in a peat bog. The folklore of the Loch proved that when the human race is thoroughly tired of its own cleverness, it will always turn back to the wild mysteries of the ancient earth with a desperation that is truly marvelous. In the year 1934, the public spent its mornings studying the science of the G-Man, its afternoons watching the moving pictures of the assassins in Marseilles, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. It was a peculiar illusion, to be sure, but as the old world continued to list heavily to port, it was the only illusion that allowed the passengers to look at the water without experiencing a sudden and terrible fit of seasickness. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 12. The Quack of the Ill-Tempered Fowl. Now, If a man should look back over the grand ledger of the year 1934, he might easily conclude that the chief method by which the human race sought to escape its troubles was by looking at things that were uncommonly large, silent, and mysterious, such as a 12-million-ton cloud of western topsoil traveling toward the Atlantic, or a 3-ton prehistoric reptile playing hide-and-seek in a Scottish peat bog. But human nature is a far more versatile laboratory than that. At the very moment the British public was standing in a drizzling northern rain, hoping to catch a glimpse of an ancient serpent, the American public, and indeed the population of the entire civilized globe, was preparing to surrender its heart and its pennies to an object that was uncommonly small, exceedingly loud, and thoroughly ridiculous. This object was a theatrical duck. To understand the absolute monumental whimsicality of this event, one must first realize that the business of public entertainment in America had recently undergone a very curious mechanical transformation. For generations, if a citizen felt a desire to be amused, he had to wait for a traveling troupe of human actors to arrive in his town on a canal boat or a railway carriage. These actors were a solemn, heavy-handed race who spent their evenings wearing velvet cloaks, waving wooden swords, and shouting lines of high-flown poetry, until the rafters shook and the country boys in the gallery were thoroughly convinced that human life was a very dark, tragic piece of bookkeeping. But by the time the midsummer of '34 arrived, the human actor had been largely driven out of the best theaters by a collection of moving shadows drawn with ink on strips of clear celluloid. The capital of this new empire of pencil and paint was a sunny, pleasant corner of California called Hollywood, where a remarkably quiet, uncommonly imaginative young man named Mr. Walt Disney had established a laboratory for the manufacture of artificial joy. Mr. Disney had already achieved a grand international reputation by inventing a small, uncommonly cheerful mouse who wore velvet trousers, whistled popular tunes while steering a steamboat, and met the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune with a smile that stretched from one ear to the other. This mouse was a very proper, sermon-approved sort of hero. He was industrious, he was polite, and no matter how many times a large villainous cat attempted to flatten him with a heavy iron skillet, the mouse would simply shake himself out, adjust his trousers, and continue his whistle with zero friction. The public loved the mouse, to be sure, but by the time 4 years of economic misery had thoroughly dried up the springs of human patience, the mouse's absolute unyielding optimism began to feel just a little bit aggravating to a man who had just received a final notice from his landlord. A starving man can admire a saint, but what he really longs for is a companion who will join him in throwing a brick through the baker's window. On the 9th day of June, 1934, Mr. Disney gave the world precisely what it was looking for. He released a small 7-minute moving picture comedy entitled The Wise Little Hen, and it was within the narrow boundaries of this brief entertainment that a character named Donald Duck made his formal bow to the universe. Now, this duck was not a proper, traditional bird who spent his days paddling about a farmyard pond and behaving with a decent regard for the poultry ledger. He was dressed in a blue sailor jacket and a black velvet hat, though he had completely neglected to provide himself with any trousers, a piece of eccentric carpentry in his wardrobe that the public accepted without a single question. But the true magnificent genius of the creature lay not in his clothes, but in his voice and his temper. He did not speak the plain grammatical English of the schoolbooks. His vocabulary was delivered through a specialized subterranean instrument that sounded like a water pipe that had caught a severe cold, combined with the frantic quacking of a fowl that had been unexpectedly stepped on by a mule. It was a language made up entirely of high-pitched splutters, sudden wheezes, and an absolute explosion of indignant consonants. Nobody in the theater could ever understand more than 3 words out of every 12 he uttered. But the public discovered that they didn't need to understand his grammar to understand his meaning. For the duck was angry. He was not merely annoyed or slightly put out. He was possessed of a permanent, unyielding, and absolute grievance against the entire creation. In his very first performance, when an industrious mother hen asked him to assist her in planting a small patch of corn, the duck did not politely decline or offer a reasonable excuse. He feigned a most spectacular case of bellyache, doubling over with a series of frantic, theatrical groans that would have done credit to a tragic actor at the Drury Lane Theatre, only to be caught a moment later, performing a lively hornpipe dance behind a hedge when he thought the management wasn't looking. When his deception was discovered and he was rewarded for his laziness, not with a warm dish of corn muffin, but with a large spoonful of castor oil. The duck did not sit down and contemplate his moral failings. He broke out into a grand, sweeping fit of rage that completely took the breath out of the audience. He hopped from one webbed foot to the other with the velocity of a parched pea on a hot shovel. He shook his tiny fists at the sky, and he let loose a torrent of watery, spluttering rhetoric that sounded like a boiler factory working double shifts on a Sunday morning. The effect of this performance on the public was an absolute marvel of psychological medicine. Almost overnight, the world stopped talking about the mouse's virtues and began to roar with laughter at the duck's vices. The cartoon duck became the absolute capital of human sympathy on the civilized globe. The secret to this sudden canonization was beautiful in its simplicity. The duck represented the exact, uncensored state of the human mind in the year 1934. The average citizen had spent 4 long years being told by his bankers, his politicians, and his newspaper editors that he must remain patient, that he must tighten his belt, and that he must face the economic storm with the calm, smiling dignity of a philosopher. But the citizen didn't feel like a philosopher. He felt like a fellow who had been thoroughly cheated out of his shoes and then hit over the head with a legal brief for his trouble. He was tired of being patient. He was tired of being polite. And he was tired of everything. Therefore, when he sat in his velvet seat in the moving picture palace and beheld a small, feathered scoundrel who was entirely free from any moral restraint, a creature who would break out into a purple-faced fit of fury simply because an alarm clock happened to strike while he was dreaming, or because a knot in a piece of pine wood refused to be planed down by his tool, the citizen found a magnificent therapeutic relief in the spectacle. The duck was doing what every man in the audience secretly longed to do 20 times a day. He was losing his temper on a grand scale, with zero regard for the etiquette of the house. The commercial machinery of the Republic immediately seized upon the fowl and converted him into a traveling salesman of continental velocity. His image was printed on millions of tin toys, children's mugs, and school books, and his peculiar spluttering quack became a national catchphrase, repeated by grave judges on the bench, rough mechanics in the garages, and small boys on the street corners who discovered that they could completely paralyze a schoolmistress's lesson by responding to her questions in the dialect of Hollywood. The folklore of the Ill-Tempered Fowl proved that when the human race is thoroughly tangled up in its own complicated ledgers, it does not always require a sermon or a new piece of legislation to save its sanity. Sometimes it merely needs a thoroughly dishonest bird who refuses to plant corn and prefers to dance the hornpipe. In 1934, the world spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty in Washington, its afternoons watching the moving pictures of the great labor armies fighting in San Francisco, and its evenings roaring with laughter at a cartoon duck with a speech impediment and a permanent grievance. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year continued to roll toward its winter accounting, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the duck's quack was the only sound in the entire house that made any sense at all. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 13. The Launch of the Floating Palace. Now, if a man should find himself thoroughly refreshed by the spectacles of the mechanical age, having spent his morning watching the federal clerks in Washington sharpen their pencils for the stockbrokers and his afternoon listening to the watery rhetoric of an ill-tempered fowl in Hollywood, he might reasonably begin to believe that the human race had permanently abandoned the grand, ancient art of building things out of solid iron and oak. He might naturally suppose that the inhabitants of the earth had grown too small, too cautious, and too thoroughly frightened by their own ledger books to ever again attempt a piece of work that could not be easily filed away in a bureaucratic drawer or rolled up inside a tin moving picture canister. But if our traveler had taken himself to the misty, smoke-choked banks of the River Clyde in Scotland during the early autumn of 1934, he would have had his eyes opened by a spectacle that was neither small, silent, nor particularly cautious. He would have found himself standing before a monument of luxury steel so colossal, so defiant, and so thoroughly magnificent in its financial audacity that it stood as a direct 90,000-ton insult to the prevailing economic tides of the civilized globe. The theater for this grand piece of industrial theater was the shipyard of Messrs. John Brown and Company at Clyde Bank. For nearly 4 long years, a massive, half-finished mountain of steel plating had been sitting upon the building slips looking uncommonly like a great black ghost that had come to haunt the district. The builders had officially labeled her Job Number 534 because in the dark days of 1931, the great shipping company known as Cunard had run entirely out of the necessary currency to keep the hammers moving. The work had been stopped dead in its tracks. The great gantries had grown rusty in the northern rains, and thousands of rough, heavy-handed Scottish mechanics had spent 48 months leaning against the street corners, staring up at the silent iron monster and wondering if they would ever again hear the beautiful, deafening music of a pneumatic riveting gun. To the high-minded experts who wrote the financial editorials in London and New York, Job Number 534 was viewed as a monument of absolute human foolishness. They declared that the day of the grand transatlantic express liner was entirely dead and buried. They argued that a world which could scarcely afford to buy a loaf of bread or a bushel of potatoes was highly unlikely to purchase a first-class ticket to sit in a velvet armchair while being carried across the ocean at 30 miles an hour. They called the half-built ship an expensive piece of industrial vanity, and they suggested that the best thing the company could do with the ledger entries was to sell the whole business to a scrap dealer for its weight in old nails. But the British government, showing that remarkable capacity for sudden, stubborn pride that always characterizes John Bull when the rest of the world suggests he is falling behind in the race, decided that the grand ship must be built, even if they had to search the bottom of the national pockets to find the silver. They passed a special piece of legislation that provided the necessary millions to merge the old rival companies into a single enterprise, and almost overnight, the silent shipyard at Clydebank was converted back into a roaring volcano of human industry. By the time the 26th day of September arrived, the great ghost had been thoroughly clothed in iron, wood, and brass, and she was prepared to make her formal entry into the water. The event was conducted with a degree of grand imperial showmanship that would have made a circus manager swoon with envy. Their Majesties King George V and Queen Mary traveled up from London in their royal railway carriage, accompanied by half the peerage of England and an army of journalists who possessed an appetite for adjectives that was truly marvelous. The weather, showing that magnificent wet patriotism that always characterizes a Scottish autumn, provided a steady, unrelenting downpour of cold rain that turned the entire county into a vast sea of gray mud. But the public paid no more attention to the rain than they did to the laws of economics. More than 200,000 citizens packed themselves onto the banks of the river, climbing onto the roofs of the tenements, clinging to the tops of crane towers, and wading up to their knees in the muddy slime of the shore just to see a mass of painted steel slide down a greased wooden track into a ditch of brown water. The true magnificent climax of the business lay in the secret of her name. Up until the very moment the Queen raised her arm, the public had been engaged in a furious, multi-syllabic debate regarding what the great vessel should be called. The traditionalists swore she must be named the Victoria, in honor of the old Queen who had governed the empire back when a British shilling was worth 12 pence, and the rest of the world knew its proper place in the ledger. There was a popular rumor that the directors of the company had gone to the king to ask his permission to name the ship after the greatest of all British queens, intending the name to be Victoria. But the king, possessing that delightful domestic directness that characterized his house, supposedly replied that his wife, Queen Mary, would be absolutely delighted by the compliment. Whether the story was a piece of genuine history or merely a bit of clever folklore invented by the publicity department, the result was a magnificent surprise. The Queen stepped forward to the grand platform, smashed a bottle of Australian wine against the towering black stem of the bow, and declared to the universe, "I named this ship Queen Mary." The moment the mechanical triggers were released, the 90,000-ton palace did not merely slide. She moved with a slow, majestic, and terrifying velocity that completely paralyzed the imagination of the spectators. She tore down the wooden ways, generating a heat that caused the tallow and train oil to break out into a grand cloud of white smoke that smelled uncommonly like a kitchen fire. And she struck the narrow waters of the Clyde with a roar that sounded like a continuous peal of thunder. To prevent this immense engine of weight from crashing directly into the opposite bank and flattening the town of Dalmuir, the engineers had provided a series of monstrous iron chains, weighing thousands of tons, coiled up along the sides of the slipway like sleeping serpents. As the ship entered the water, she dragged these chains behind her, turning the cobblestones into a magnificent display of sparks and fire, until the water itself was thrown up into a great muddy wave that washed over the piers and sent the distinguished guests scrambling to save their silk hats and velvet cloaks from destruction. When the great vessel finally came to rest in the middle of the stream, sitting there as high and steady as a medieval fortress, the 200,000 Scotsmen broke out into a cheer that was heard all the way to Glasgow. It was not a cheer for a commercial enterprise, and it wasn't even a cheer for the royal family. It was a grand, defiant shout of human triumph over the gray, melancholy ledger entries of the decade. The public looked upon the Queen Mary as an absolute proof that the old, solid, individualistic spirit of craftsmanship had survived the wreck of the financial system. She was a floating palace containing 3 acres of fine carpeting, 2 miles of velvet curtains, swimming pools lined with marble, and grand ballrooms where a gentleman could dance the waltz while the Atlantic storms were howling outside the portholes. She was an illusion of the grandest, most expensive water, a monument built on the principle that if you're going to be bankrupt, you might as well do it in a style that requires 4 funnels and a crew of 1,000 men in brass buttons. The folklore of the floating palace proved that when the human race is thoroughly tired of feeling small and cautious in the face of its economic troubles, it will always cheer for anything that is uncommonly big, loud, and magnificent, even if they can only afford to look at it from the muddy edge of the pier. In the year 1934, the world spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty in New York, its afternoons roaring with laughter at an ill-tempered cartoon duck in Hollywood, and its evenings standing in a Scottish downpour to watch a 90,000-ton queen take her first bath in a muddy ditch. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year began to look toward its winter closing, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the British had managed to build the most beautiful lifeboat in the entire world. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 14. The Spark of Artificial Radiance. Now, if a man should find his mind thoroughly weighed down by the heavy material pomps of the age, having spent his evening watching 90,000 tons of British steel splash into a muddy Scottish ditch, he might naturally feel a desire to turn his attention toward something quiet, modest, and completely removed from the noisy vanity of the public highways. He might naturally suppose that the true capital of human peace and unpretentious wisdom is to be found in the secluded laboratories of the great university professors, gentlemen who spend their days wearing chalk-dusted coats, peering through small brass microscopes, and conversing in a polite, multisyllabic dialect that has no more connection to the rough bookkeeping of the street than the stars have to a Kansas pig pen. But if our traveler had taken himself to a certain modest, stone-fronted laboratory in the city of Paris during the early months of 1934, he would have made a discovery that would have turned his hair as white as a Sunday tablecloth in 60 seconds. He would have found out that when it comes to a choice between leaving the universe precisely as the Creator arranged it or finding a way to crack open the very bricks of nature using a mechanical sledgehammer, the scientists did not merely choose the hammer. They unlocked a secret door that the Almighty had kept discreetly and firmly bolted since the first morning of the creation. The theater for this magnificent piece of cosmic impudence was the Radium Institute of Paris, and the practitioners were a remarkably quiet, uncommonly industrious young couple named Monsieur Frédéric Joliot and Madame Irène Joliot-Curie. Now, Madame Irène was not an ordinary practitioner of the sciences. She was the daughter of the famous Madame Marie Curie, that grand and heroic Polish lady who had spent her life boiling down 20-ton mountains of brown pitch-blende ore in an old wooden shed just to discover a tiny pinch of a miraculous glowing white element called radium. The family business, therefore, was radioactivity, a peculiar, eerie branch of housekeeping where the elements do not behave like decent, respectable pieces of metal or stone, but insist on throwing off invisible rays of light and energy until they entirely consume themselves and turn into something else when the management isn't looking. Up until the year 1934, the scientific world held a comfortable conviction that radioactivity was a highly exclusive aristocratic club whose membership had been permanently fixed by nature at the beginning of time. There were only a few elements, such as radium and uranium, that possessed this eccentric habit of glowing in the dark and blistering a man's fingers if he carried them about in his waistcoat pocket. The rest of the elements in the great ledger of the universe, the honest iron, the sturdy copper, the respectable aluminum, and the dull, dependable nitrogen, were considered to be as stable and unmoving as a Presbyterian elder during a long sermon. They were solid, they were quiet, and they had no more desire to emit cosmic sparks than a turnip has to burst into a lively hornpipe. But Frederick and Irene were not content with this conservative arrangement. They possessed that magnificent restless curiosity that always characterizes a human being when he is given a laboratory full of fine glass tubes, a collection of electrical wires, and a complete lack of reverence for traditional boundary lines. They decided to see what would happen if they took an ordinary law-abiding piece of aluminum foil and subjected it to a furious rhythmic bombardment of invisible particles shot out from a capsule of powerful polonium gas. It was a game of atomic billiards, played on a table so microscopic that 1 billion games could be contested simultaneously on the head of a brass pin. On a certain chilly afternoon in January, they placed the aluminum foil under their particle artillery, turned on the machinery for a few minutes, and then switched off the current to go have their tea. Now, according to all the traditional textbooks of the old century, the moment the machinery stopped, the aluminum should have returned to its proper, dull, and uninspired state of existence. But when Frederick brought a small, delicate instrument known as a Geiger counter near the metal, the little machine did not remain silent. It began to chatter with a frantic rhythmic velocity that sounded like a nest of mechanical crickets working double shifts. The two scientists stared at the instrument with a degree of open-mouthed awe that they would never have granted to the crowns and thrones of Europe. They tested the aluminum again and again, and they made a discovery that completely turned the scientific ledger upside down. The aluminum was no longer common aluminum. It had been thoroughly transformed by the bombardment into a brand new artificial form of phosphorus that did not exist anywhere in the open fields of nature, a frantic, unstable substance that was spitting out invisible rays of radioactive light with all the enthusiasm of a miniature sun. They had invented artificial radioactivity. They had discovered a method by which a man could take the cheapest, most common, and most innocent materials on the planet, a piece of old tin, a block of sulfur, or a cup of common salt, and turn them into glowing radioactive engines of energy by force. It was a magnificent piece of chemical alchemy. They hadn't merely discovered a new element, they had figured out how to manufacture a miracle in a common workshop using nothing but a battery and a bit of wire. The news broke into the great universities of the world with the force of a thunderbolt. The elderly professors, who had spent 40 years teaching their students that an atom was a hard, unbreakable little billiard ball that could not be altered by the wit of man, had to look down at their old lecture notes and realize that their entire library of wisdom had been converted into a collection of old waste paper. From London to Berlin and from Rome to the universities of America, the scientists rushed into their laboratories to try the new trick. In Rome, a remarkably brilliant, uncommonly quiet young gentleman named Enrico Fermi realized that if you use a different kind of atomic bullet, a heavy uncharged particle called a neutron, you could walk right through the front door of the heaviest atoms in the ledger without any resistance at all. He began bombarding every element he could find in alphabetical order, turning the entire table of nature into a laboratory of artificial radiance, until he reached the very end of the book and began firing his neutrons into uranium itself, completely unaware that he was unlocking a cosmic furnace that would someday grow grand enough to singe the eyebrows of the entire human race. The public, of course, read the announcements in the newspapers with a beautiful, childlike optimism. They did not see the dark, terrifying shadow that this artificial radiance was casting toward the future. They didn't think about light tanks or great explosive bombs or the absolute destruction of cities. They thought about medicine. They immediately concluded that if the doctors could manufacture artificial radium out of common salt for a nickel, a bucket, they could cure every disease in the directory before the next frost, turn the dark streets of the cities into bright avenues of perpetual light, and perhaps find a way to heat a man's parlor for 100 years using nothing but an old iron kettle and a spoonful of radioactive dirt. The folklore of the spark proved that when the human race is thoroughly frightened by the complexity of its own political and economic machinery, it will always turn to the miracles of science with a faith that is twice as grand as any trust they ever granted to the politicians. In the year 1934, the public spent its mornings watching the politicians try to patch up the broken banks in Washington, its afternoons watching the longshoremen fight the police on the docks of San Francisco, and its evenings marveling at two young people in Paris who had figured out how to make a piece of common tinfoil glow with the artificial fire of the stars. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year began to slide toward its winter closing, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that while the human world was making a magnificent mess of its own affairs, the universe itself was still packed full of wonders that were well worth the price of the admission. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 15. The Illusion of the Insured Mortgages. Now, if a man should find himself thoroughly dizzy from peering into the microscopic depths of the Parisian laboratory, where the scientists were busy teaching tinfoil how to glow in the dark like a ghostly continuous clock, he might reasonably long to return to something comfortable, domestic, and entirely wrapped in the plain, old-fashioned language of the common citizen. He might naturally suppose that the ultimate harbor of human stability is to be found in the ancient, sacred business of a man building a roof over his family's head, digging a cellar in the honest dirt, and securing a little patch of the republic that he can call his own, free from the eccentricities of cosmic physics or international masterminds. But when our traveler returned to the shores of the American Republic in the late summer of 1934, he would have discovered that the simple art of nesting had been subjected to a piece of federal multiplication so magnificent, so daring, and so thoroughly whimsical that it left the old-fashioned country bankers staring into their empty vaults with their mouths open like landing frogs. For generations, if a young fellow wished to buy a house and a little plot of grass in an American town, the business was conducted on the principle of a medieval trial, by ordeal. He would put on his Sunday suit, smooth down his hair with a bit of pomade, and walk into the local bank with a look of terrified humility that would have done credit to a prisoner approaching the gallows. The banker, a gentleman who wore a heavy gold watch chain across his waistcoat to show his moral weight and whose face possessed all the warmth of a frozen turnip, would look over the applicant's credentials with a cold, suspicious eye. If the young man survived the examination, the bank would graciously hand him a mortgage for precisely 5 years. It was not a mortgage designed to help a man own a house. It was a mortgage designed to keep him in a state of continuous theological anxiety. He was required to pay only the interest every month, and at the end of the 5 years he was expected to produce the entire lump sum of the principal from his pocket all at once, like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a silk hat. If a sudden frost had ruined his crops, or if the factory where he worked had closed its doors for 3 months, the banker would simply reach into his desk drawer, pull out a piece of paper called a foreclosure notice, and turn the family out into the public road before the dinner hour, while explaining that he was merely acting as the disinterested clerk of the laws of supply and demand. By the time the year 1934 arrived, this beautiful, traditional system had broken down so completely that the landscape was entirely covered by the wreckage. Half the houses in the Republic were sitting behind neglected hedges, with their paint peeling off and their windows broken, while the banks were holding mountains of uncollectible paper and looking upon real estate with a kind of holy horror that a hydrophobia patient grants to a bucket of cold water. Nobody could afford to buy a house. Nobody could afford to build a shop. And the entire construction industry of the country had ground to a halt so absolute that a carpenter could spend a month looking for a nail to drive just to keep his arm in practice. The Congress, showing that remarkable capacity for ledger-demain that always characterizes a political body, when the voters are preparing to hunt them down with pitchforks, decided it was time to turn the ancient art of the mortgage inside out. They passed a grand piece of legislation known as the National Housing Act, which formally established a brand new federal watchman called the Federal Housing Administration, or the FHA. The purpose of this agency was a masterpiece of financial poetry. The government did not buy any bricks, they didn't cut down a single pine tree, and they didn't lend a single nickel of federal silver to the citizens. Instead, they stepped into the marketplace with a large, beautifully printed ledger book and declared to the bankers, "If you will agree to lend your money to the common people on a system that is civilized, patient, and completely free from your traditional frozen turnip methods, we will promise that if the citizen should happen to fall behind in his payments and break his leg, the federal government will step in and pay the banker every single penny of the loss out of the national pocket." It was called the Insured Mortgage, and it was an absolute revolution in the grammar of debt. The FHA took the old 5-year nightmare and threw it into the furnace. Henceforth, they declared, a mortgage must be stretched out over 20 long years, and the citizen must be permitted to pay back a tiny piece of the principal every single month, along with the interest, until the entire debt slowly and painlessly dissolved like sugar in a cup of hot tea. They called it amortization, a multisyllabic word derived from the ancient Latin that meant, quite literally, killing the debt by inches. The arrival of this federal insurance policy caused a transformation in the residential landscape of the Republic that was an absolute marvel of modern engineering. The local bankers, who had spent 4 long years locking their vaults and treating every borrower like an international scoundrel, looked at the FHA stamp and experienced a sudden, magnificent conversion. They realized that under the new rules of the ledger, lending money for a house was no longer a dangerous speculation. It was the safest game in the directory. The government had taken the risk out of the banking business and placed it upon the broad, anonymous shoulders of the American taxpayer, who was already carrying so many burdens he wasn't likely to notice a few million shingles added to the pile. Almost overnight, the old, melancholy silence of the suburbs was replaced by the beautiful, deafening music of the construction age. The sound of the circular saw, the hammer, and the cement mixer broke out across the land like a chorus of enthusiastic crickets in a summer meadow. Thousands of young clerks, rough mechanics, and small shopkeepers, fellows who had spent their entire adult lives renting small, dark flats in the city or living in the crowded attics of their mothers-in-law, discovered that under the magical rules of the FHA, they could walk into an office, sign 3 copies of a green form, pay a down payment that wasn't grander than the cost of a good used bicycle, and take possession of a brand new white-painted cottage with a modern porcelain bathtub, an electrical refrigerator, and a small patch of dirt where they could grow their own radishes in broad daylight. The government had turned the ancient, hazardous adventure of nesting into a federal enterprise, conducted under the watchful eye of a league of inspectors who went about the country measuring the depth of cellars, testing the quality of drain pipes, and ensuring that the nails used in the framework were precisely 3 inches long, according to the official regulations of Washington. It was a magnificent piece of showmanship. The Republic was being rebuilt on a foundation of insured paper, and the public devoured the illusion with a beautiful, touching faith that if a house had a federal seal on the doorpost, the roof would never leak, and the economic storms of the world would never again be permitted to rattle the windows. Of course, the high-minded critics of the old school looked upon this housing crusade with a degree of philosophical sorrow. They argued that the government was ruining the character of the republic. They declared that if a young man did not have to suffer the wholesome, character-building terror of a 5-year foreclosure, he would grow soft, lazy, and completely lose that rugged spirit of independence that had enabled his grandfather to live in a log cabin with a dirt floor and fight off the wild Indians with an old flintlock rifle. They called the FHA a system of artificial comfort that would lead the nation into a permanent swamp of debt. But the fellow who was currently sitting in his new porcelain bathtub, listening to the electrical refrigerator purr in the kitchen and watching his children play on their own grass, paid no more attention to the philosophers than he did to the house painter in Berlin. He was thoroughly satisfied with the transaction. He had traded the old romantic liberty of being bankrupt for a comfortable, certified piece of real estate, stamped, approved, and guaranteed by the federal masterminds. The folklore of the insured mortgages proved that when the human race is thoroughly tired of living in a dark room with the floorboards shaking beneath their feet, they will always cheer for a piece of ledger-demain that promises to turn a debt into an asset and a risk into a guarantee. In the year 1934, the world spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty on Wall Street, its afternoons roaring at an ill-tempered cartoon duck in Hollywood, and its evenings signing 20-year notes to buy a white cottage in the suburbs. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year began to slide toward its winter closing, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that if the whole structure was going to list heavily to port, it was uncommonly pleasant to have a modern, federally insured roof over one's head while the vessel took its time filling the corners. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 16. The Bladder Game of Rome. Now, if a man should find himself thoroughly comfortable and tucked away under the federally insured shingles of his new suburban cottage, having spent his morning contemplating the beautiful, paper-built miracles of the housing administration, he might naturally conclude that the human race had finally arrived at a state of permanent, gray domesticity. He might suppose that the inhabitants of the earth had entirely outgrown their ancient, red-blooded appetite for grand, spectacular displays of tribal vanity, and would henceforth spend their remaining years quietly mowing their small patches of grass, checking the seals on their fruit jars, and reading the evening journals by the light of a radioactive lamp. But if our traveler had taken himself to the ancient sun-baked city of Rome during the early summer of 1934, he would have had his ears opened by a racket that would have caused a western cyclone to sound like a whisper in a churchyard. He would have discovered that when it comes to a choice between using the brain to settle the affairs of the world or using 11 pairs of stout leather boots to kick an inflated cow's bladder into a net, the civilized nations of the earth did not merely prefer the bladder. They converted it into a grand international theater of political philosophy. conducted under the terrifying gaze of a dictator who looked upon the game as a magnificent opportunity to prove that his own brand of government was absolutely flawless. The theater for this grand piece of athletic theater was the second tournament of the Jules Rimet Cup, known to the rougher elements of the populace as the World Cup. It was an institution designed on the beautiful, poetic principle that if you gather together the finest young men from 16 different nations and set them to chasing a leather ball across a field of green grass for an hour and a half, they will expend so much of their natural fluid and patriotism in the exercise that they will have no remaining desire to shoot each other across the national borders with real artillery. It was a lovely, sermon-approved theory, but it entirely omitted from its calculations the particular genius of the Italian Prime Minister, Signor Benito Mussolini. Now, Signor Mussolini, or Il Duce, as he insisted on being called by every citizen who didn't harbor a secret desire to spend his winter holidays eating castor oil in a government cellar, was a gentleman who possessed a jaw like a granite paving block, eyes that rolled about with the terrifying velocity of two loose marbles in a bowling alley, and a chest that he kept permanently inflated to its grandest dimensions to show the moral weight of the Roman Empire. He had spent 12 years turning the pleasant, easy-going kingdom of Italy into a disciplined laboratory of absolute order, where the trains were required to arrive precisely when the clock struck the hour. The beggars were driven off the bridges by the militia, and every small boy was handed a wooden rifle at the age of 6, and told that his chief duty in the universe was to march about in a black shirt and look as though he wanted to bite a piece out of a stone wall. When the International Football Committee graciously selected Italy as the host for the '34 tournament, Il Duce looked upon the ledger and made up his mind in a flash. He realized that a football match was not a mere game. It was a magnificent, multi-headed advertisement for the virtues of fascism. He did not spend his time studying the finer points of the rules or practicing the art of the dribble. He built grand concrete stadiums that looked uncommonly like the ancient arenas of the Caesars, covered the walls with 30-foot posters of his own face, and delivered a very plain, unvarnished ultimatum to the manager of the Italian team, a solemn, tactical gentleman named Signor Vittorio Pozzo. The ultimatum was beautiful in its directness. The Italian team was required to win the championship of the world, or the members of the enterprise would be held personally responsible for a grand, unpardonable insult to the dignity of the corporate state. It was a method of encouragement that completely took the fun out of the sport, but it possessed a remarkable capacity for sharpening the aim of the players. The tournament began in May, and it immediately assumed the character of a religious crusade conducted with military music, flags, and a complete monopoly on the local airwaves. The teams arrived from every corner of Europe and South America, looking like a collection of innocent sheep that had wandered into a lions' convention. There were the Frenchmen, who played with a great deal of artistic elegance and a complete lack of defensive discipline. The Germans, who marched onto the field in perfect rows like a column of infantry, and played with the methodical dullness of a steam engine, and the grand masters of the era, the Austrians, whose team was known as the Wunder Team because they passed the ball back and forth with a speed and a poetic harmony that resembled a waltz by Strauss. But the Italian players possessed an asset that the other nations had entirely omitted from their ledgers: They were playing for their skins. Whenever an Italian forward ran down the grass with the leather ball at his toe, he did not merely see the opposing goalkeeper standing between the posts. He saw a vision of a cold cell in the Lipari Islands and a diet of dry bread, sitting out there in the Mediterranean to wait for his failure. Under this magnificent psychological stimulus, the Italians played with a desperate purple-faced fury that completely made up for any lack of traditional grace. If they could not outwit an opponent by the rules of geometry, they simply ran into him with the velocity of a light tank, knocked him into the running track, and left the local referee to decide whether the transaction was an act of sport or an act of war. The referee, it must be observed, was always a gentleman of remarkable prudence. He looked up at the royal box, where Signor Mussolini was sitting in his black uniform with his chin thrust out over the balcony like a stone gargoyle, and he looked at the thousands of roaring black shirts who lined the concrete stands with their fingers on their holsters, and he almost invariably discovered that the Italian players were entirely innocent of any unseemly conduct. If an Austrian or a Spaniard was carried off the field on a stretcher with a broken ankle, the referee would simply blow his whistle, tip his hat to the Italian captain, and explain that the accident was an unavoidable consequence of the laws of nature. The grand climax of the comedy occurred on the 10th day of June in the stadium of the National Fascist Party in Rome. The Italians had managed to scratch and battle their way into the final match, where they were confronted by the sturdy, unyielding team of Czechoslovakia, a collection of quiet, industrious fellows from the factories of Prague, who didn't possess any black shirts or granite dictators, but who understood how to kick a ball with a precision that was uncommonly dangerous. The weather provided a blistering, unrelenting Roman sun that turned the concrete arena into a grand brick oven, but 50,000 citizens packed themselves into the seats, creating a roaring sea of sweat and patriotism that made the air vibrate like a loose string on a banjo. Il Duce arrived with his entire cabinet of ministers, all wearing their medals and their boots, and the match began to the accompaniment of a grand synchronized salute from 40,000 right hands raised toward the sky. For the first hour, the performance was a long, agonizing review of human anxiety. The Bohemians refused to be frightened by the posters or the militia. They stood their ground like a row of pine trees, and with just 20 minutes remaining in the game, a sharp-eyed Czech forward named Puch let loose a sudden whistling shot that flew past the Italian goalkeeper and struck the back of the net with a thud that was heard all the way to Prague. A magnificent, ghostly silence settled over the stadium. The 50,000 blackshirts looked up at the royal box and beheld a spectacle that turned their blood as cold as winter pump water. Il Duce had ceased his smiling, his jaw had dropped by 2 inches, his eyes were rolling with a terrible dark electricity, and he looked as though he were quietly calculating how many squads of police he would need to arrest the entire athletic directory before the sun went down. But the Italian players did not lose their heads. They simply redoubled their industry, driven by a terror that was grander than any national pride. With only 9 minutes remaining on the clock, a clever Italian player named Orsi caught the ball on the edge of the penalty area, performed a swift, deceptive turn that left 2 Czech defenders looking for their hats, and sliced a curving, miraculous shot into the top corner of the goal to balance the ledger. The stadium exploded into a frenzy of relief that completely cleared the slate of sanity. The game went into extra time, and the Czechs, who were thoroughly exhausted by the heat and the constant tank-like collisions of their opponents, began to lose their coordination. In the 95th minute, the giant Italian forward, Angelo Schiavio, received a pass in the center of the field, stumbled through a forest of legs, and struck the ball with the final grain of his remaining strength. The leather ball rolled past the outstretched fingers of the Czech goalkeeper and settled into the dust of the net, securing the championship of the world for the Kingdom of Italy. The subsequent spectacles were conducted with a degree of theatrical pomp that would have done credit to the return of Julius Caesar from the conquest of Gaul. Il Duce did not permit the International Committee to hand out the trophy. He stepped down onto the field himself, hoisted a massive bronze monument called the Coppa del Duce, which was twice as large and 3 times as heavy as the official world trophy, and handed it to the weeping Italian captain while the band played the fascist anthem 3 times in succession. The folklore of the bladder game proved that when the human race is thoroughly tangled up in its own complicated political ledgers, it can be easily convinced that 11 men chasing a piece of leather can prove the absolute perfection of a national philosophy. In the year 1934, the world spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty in New York, its afternoons watching the topsoil of Kansas travel toward the Atlantic Ocean, and its evenings roaring with patriotic intoxication over a football match in Rome. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction, but as the old year continued to turn its pages, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the dictator had managed to turn a simple country game into the most successful piece of advertising on the planet, even if the players had to risk their liberty just to keep the ball from hitting the woodwork. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 17. The Gavel of the Airwaves. Now, if a man should return from the roaring colosseums of Rome, where the inhabitants were busy using the boots of 11 frightened young men to settle the grand philosophical disputes of the century, he might naturally look about for some quiet, invisible corner of the atmosphere where the human voice could find a bit of refuge from the political circus. He might naturally suppose that the great, miraculous invention known as the wireless, the empty ether that stretches from the top of a man's chimney straight out to the stars, would remain a permanent sanctuary of individual liberty, an open meadow of the air where a citizen could say precisely what he pleased, sing what he liked, or express his deepest personal opinions regarding the government without any clerk from Washington stepping in to audit his vocabulary. But when our traveler examined the legislative ledgers of the American Republic in the summer of 1934, he would have made a discovery that would have turned his ears as red as an autumn beet. He would have found out that the federal government, having already given its clerks badges and machine guns to patrol the highways and sharp pencils to patrol the stock exchanges, had suddenly looked up at the sky and realized that they had left the very airwaves entirely unguarded against the ancient human habit of telling the truth in an unseemly fashion. For a decade or more, the business of broadcasting in America had been conducted on the principle of a frontier gold rush. It was a wonderful, chaotic, and thoroughly uproarious theater. Anyone who could borrow enough money to buy a primitive copper transmitter and a set of electrical tubes could hang a wire between two pine trees in his backyard, turn on the juice, and begin shouting into the universe. There were country doctors who used the airwaves to sell patent medicines guaranteed to cure the rheumatism and grow hair on a billiard ball. There were eccentric prophets who spent their evenings explaining that the end of the world was safely scheduled for the next Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock. And there were small-town politicians who used the ether to suggest that the local mayor was a low-down scoundrel who had spent his youth stealing chickens from his grandmother. If two broadcasters happened to select the same wavelength on their machinery, they didn't sit down to discuss the geometry of the situation. They simply turned up their current until they drowned each other out in a magnificent whistling roar of static that sounded like two cats tied by their tails over a clothesline. The public loved the chaos, to be sure, but the great men who sat in the high offices of the national broadcasting networks looked upon this wilderness freedom with a degree of holy horror. They had spent millions of dollars building fine, respectable stations that employed gentlemen who spoke in the polite, oiled accents of the universities, and they found it an absolute scandal that their beautifully tailored symphonies and high-minded sermons were constantly being interrupted by some fellow in Iowa who wanted to play the fiddle and sell a $3 encyclopedia out of his kitchen. Therefore, the Congress, showing that remarkable capacity for sudden maternal anxiety that always characterizes a political body, when the great corporations begin to complain about the noise, decided it was time to build a federal fence around the ether. They passed a grand piece of legislation known as the Communications Act of 1934, which formally dissolved the old slow-moving radio masters and established a brand new multi-headed watchman called the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC. The purpose of this agency was beautiful in its official phrasing. It was designed to ensure that the wireless was conducted strictly in the public interest, convenience, and necessity. But what it actually meant, when translated into the plain language of the village square, was that the government was going to take a large, heavy federal gavel and bring it down upon the knuckles of any broadcaster who dared to say anything that might cause the average citizen to spill his evening soup or think too deeply about the management of the republic. The commission moved into the atmosphere with a collection of sharp pencils, heavy ledger books, and a brand new set of rules that completely took the fun out of the airwaves. They divided the entire continent into a series of neat, mathematically certified wavelengths, and they informed the independent broadcasters that if they wished to retain their licenses to speak into the universe, they would have to satisfy the government clerks that their programs were entirely free from any unseemly vulgarity, political eccentricity, or excessive advertising of questionable sausages. The arrival of this federal watchman caused a transformation in the entertainment business that was an absolute marvel of modern hygiene. Almost overnight, the old, wild, freebooting prophets of the microphone were forced to pack up their transmitters and go back to work, while the great networks took absolute possession of the airwaves. The wireless became as clean, as respectable, and as thoroughly scrubbed of any genuine human flavor as a Boston hospital ward. The new breed of radio announcer was a creature of absolute perfection. He was required to pronounce his vowels according to a specialized dictionary printed in Washington, He was forbidden to use any slang that hadn't been approved by a committee of schoolmistresses, and he had to maintain a tone of unyielding, artificial cheerfulness that made him sound as though he had just inherited an estate in Virginia, even when he was merely announcing that the price of lard had fallen by 2 cents a pound. Furthermore, the Commission put a permanent end to that popular and exciting sport known as the spontaneous political eruption. Under the old system, if a citizen felt a sudden, burning desire to tell his neighbors that the local tax collector was an unmitigated thief, he could simply walk into a radio station, hand the engineer a dollar bill, and state his mind in the plainest possible English. Under the new regulations of the FCC, however, every station was held legally responsible for every single word that issued from its towers. If a speaker should happen to lose his temper and drop an unapproved adjective into the microphone, the Commission could simply reach out its long federal arm and revoke the station's license in 24 hours, thereby destroying $1 million investment over a single slip of the tongue. The result of this grand house cleaning was that the wireless was converted into a magnificent machine for the preservation of public tranquility. The programs were carefully engineered to ensure that they never gave offense to any creature higher in the social ledger than a common field mouse. The public was fed a steady, gentle diet of orchestral waltzes, polite domestic comedies concerning families who never used any coarse language, and long, solemn reviews of the news that had been thoroughly sifted through the bureaucratic colander until all the bones had been removed. It was a magnificent victory for the peace of the Republic, no doubt, but like all victories of the law, it left the world a slightly less colorful place. The public had been protected from its own vulgarity, which is always a useful thing, but they had also been deprived of the glorious, dizzying freedom of the open air. The G-Man had taken the romance out of the highway. The SEC had taken the poetry out of the stock market, and the FCC had taken the bark out of the ether. By the end of 1934, the human race had to resign itself to the fact that even the empty sky above their heads had been thoroughly cataloged, stamped, and filed away in a federal drawer. It was a ledger of absolute order, but as the old year began to slide toward its winter closing, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to face the fact that if they wished to hear an honest, uncensored opinion, they would have to go out into the middle of a 10-acre lot and whisper it down a well, a melancholy prospect that no true lover of liberty could look upon without a shudder. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 18. The Gospel of the Easy Dollar. Now, if a man should find his ears thoroughly scrubbed by the new federal filters of the wireless, having spent his morning listening to an announcer whose vowels have been scientifically certified by a committee in Washington, he might naturally suppose that the human mind had permanently returned to a state of cold, hard, ledger book arithmetic. He might conclude that because the government had taken the bark out of the ether and the poetry out of Wall Street, the common citizen had finally resigned himself to the dull, ancient necessity of earning his bread by the sweat of his brow, counting his pennies with the caution of a Scotch elder, and expecting nothing from the future that couldn't be verified by a surveyor's chain or a pair of grocery scales. But when our traveler walked out into the open air of the Republic in the autumn of 1934, he would have made a discovery that would have turned his philosophical calculations into a bucket of cold broth. He would have found out that when the regular, honest machinery of the world leaves a population with nothing in their pockets but their knuckles and a collection of beautifully engraved promises from a bankrupt county seat, the human mind does not turn to philosophy. It turns with a grand, unanimous, and pathetic velocity toward any prophet who can stand on a kerosene crate and preach a new gospel of economics based on the magnificent principle that if you simply pass the right law, you can make everyone rich without anyone having to do a single stroke of work between now and the millennium. The year 1934 was an absolute golden age of these economic magicians. They broke out across the landscape like a crop of enthusiastic toadstools after a warm rain, and they did not address themselves to the wealthy or the wise. They spoke directly to the millions of old folks, hard-pressed farmers, and tired school teachers who had spent 4 years staring into empty lard buckets and wondering if the Creator had entirely forgotten the address of the American continent. The first and most remarkable of these financial astrologers was an uncommonly quiet, thoroughly solemn old country doctor from California named Dr. Francis Townsend. Now, Dr. Townsend was not a politician, and he wasn't a circus manager. He was a slender, gray-haired gentleman who looked precisely like the kind of village physician who would advise you to rub a bit of goose grease on your chest for a cold and charge you 50 cents for the intelligence. But he looked upon the misery of his neighbors, reached into his waistcoat pocket, and pulled out a piece of economic ledger-demain that completely took the breath out of the nation. He called it the Townsend Old Age Revolving Pension Plan, and the geometry of it was a masterpiece of pure poetry. He proposed that the federal government should step forward and hand a crisp, green check for exactly $200 every single month to every citizen over the age of 60 on 2 beautiful and unyielding conditions. First, that the old person must promise to retire from his job so a young man could have it, and second, that he must swear an oath to spend every single penny of that $200 within 30 days before the next check arrived from Washington. If a mathematician had sat down with a sharp pencil to calculate where the government was going to find the billions of dollars necessary to pay for this monthly excursion, he would have discovered that the plan required more currency than had been printed since the days of Christopher Columbus. But Dr. Townsend had an answer for the accountants. He explained that if you tax every transaction in the country by a tiny 2%, the money would roll into the treasury in a permanent golden river, and because the old folks were forced to spend their checks like cyclones through the dry goods stores, the money would revolve so fast it would set the factories to humming, restore the wages of the working man, and cure the depression before the next harvest. The effect of this announcement on the elderly population of the Republic was an absolute marvel of psychological medicine. Almost overnight, thousands of old grandmothers and gray-headed farmers who had spent years feeling like a useless burden on their relatives looked up from their rocking chairs and realized that they were being called upon to act as the financial saviors of the nation. They formed Townsend clubs in every village and hamlet from Oregon to Maine, until there were millions of members marching through the streets, singing hymns, and sending immense petitions to the Congress demanding that the government instantly install the doctor's revolving machine and let the elderly spend the country back to prosperity. While the old folks were organizing their legions in the West, an entirely different sort of economic theater was being enacted in the sunny state of Louisiana. The manager of this performance was a most remarkable loud-mouthed young politician named Mr. Huey Long, or, as he preferred to be called by his admirers, the Kingfish. The Kingfish was a creature of absolute speed and unlimited noise. He did not possess the quiet, gentle gravity of Dr. Townsend. He possessed a voice like a brass horn, a face like an enthusiastic cherub, and a talent for political showmanship that left his opponents looking like a row of wooden fence posts. He looked upon the financial ledgers of the multimillionaires in New York, and he came forward with a brand new slogan that caught the public imagination like a spark in a dry hayloft: "Share our wealth." Mr. Long proposed a system of arithmetic that was beautiful in its simplicity. He suggested that the federal government should step into the palaces of the very rich, the Rockefellers, the Morgans, and the Mellons, and simply confiscate every single dollar of their fortunes that exceeded a decent limit. Then, using this mountain of plundered silver, the government would provide every honest family in the United States with a permanent homestead worth $5,000, an automobile to park in the yard, a wireless set to put in the parlor, and a guaranteed annual income of $2,500, strictly free from any taxation or traditional labor. "Every man a king," shouted the Kingfish from the steps of the parish courthouses, and the crowds roared their approval until the pine trees shook. They didn't trouble themselves with the finer points of administrative geometry. They didn't ask how the government was going to turn a confiscated oil refinery or a block of corporate stock into a fresh loaf of bread or a tank of gasoline for the family car. They believed him because they wanted to believe that somewhere, tucked away in the ledgers of the millionaires, there was a vast forgotten store of gold that could balance the world's accounts with zero friction. Then, to make the chorus of financial prophecy completely harmonious, there arose a third great voice from the airwaves, a Catholic priest from Detroit named Father Charles Coughlin. Father Coughlin did not possess a political machine, and he didn't have an old-age club. He possessed nothing but a microphone and a voice that was the absolute marvel of the mechanical age. It was a voice of pure gold, a rich, musical, and terrifying instrument that traveled through the ether every Sunday afternoon into the parlors of 30 million listeners. Father Coughlin told his audience that the Depression was not a natural misfortune. It was a deliberate, cold-blooded conspiracy, manufactured by the international bankers and the money changers, who sat in their secret cellars in London and Wall Street. He demanded that the government instantly nationalize the banks, drive the speculators out of the temple, and print an unlimited supply of silver dollars to restore the purchasing power of the common people. When he spoke, the post offices of Detroit were entirely overwhelmed by millions of letters containing dimes and quarters from citizens who believed that the priest's microphone was the only trumpet of truth left in the land. The high-minded editors and the university professors looked upon this league of economic prophets with a degree of philosophical sorrow that was grand enough to loosen their collar studs. They filled the journals with long, heavy articles proving that the Townsend Plan was a mathematical impossibility, that the Kingfish was a dangerous demagogue who would turn the republic into a dictatorship, and that the radio priest was preaching a gospel of pure illusion that would lead the nation into a permanent swamp of inflation. But the fellow who had spent 4 years staring at a cold stove and an empty pocketbook paid no more attention to the economists than he did to the sea monster in Loch Ness. He was thoroughly satisfied with the new literature. He discovered that it was uncommonly pleasant to sit on his porch in the evening and dream of a world where he could retire at 60 on $200 a month, live in a $5,000 homestead provided by Mr. Rockefeller, and listen to the radio priest explain who was to blame for his troubles, while the global ledger balanced itself by magic. The folklore of the easy dollar proved that when the human race is thoroughly frightened by the complexity of its own financial machinery, it will always turn back to the primitive faith in miracles with a desperation that borders on the frantic. In the year 1934, the public spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty in Washington, its afternoons watching the G-men hunt down bank robbers in Chicago, and its evenings listening to a collection of economic magicians who promised that the kingdom of heaven could be established on earth by a simple manipulation of the printing presses. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year began to look toward its winter closing, the passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to admit that the show was the most beautiful illusion in the house, even if the figures didn't add up at the bottom of the page. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 19. The Retooling of the Foundries. Now, if a man should step down from the magnificent clouds of the economic prophets, having spent his evening dreaming of a world where Uncle Sam transforms every citizen into a well-salaried king by the simple application of a printing press, he might naturally feel a desire to look upon something hard, solid, and entirely free from the deceptive vapors of human imagination. He might suppose that if he wishes to find the absolute bedrock of common sense, he must take himself away from the microphones, the political platforms, and the legislative halls of Washington, and stand instead within the great, soot-stained industrial foundries of the world. Here, surely, among the massive iron presses, the roaring blast furnaces, and the heavy gears that require 3 gallons of grease just to clear their throats, he would find humanity engaged in the plain, unpretentious business of manufacturing useful utilities for the preservation of peace and the cultivation of the soil. But if our traveler had taken a quiet walk through the great industrial valleys of the Ruhr in Germany, the industrial north of England, or even certain sprawling manufacturing empires in France and the United States during the late months of 1934, he would have made a discovery that would have caused his philosophical thermometer to drop straight down to the freezing point. He would have found out that while the politicians were busy speechifying about peace and the economists were counting their paper pennies, the great managers of the world's foundries had quietly looked over their order books, made a very sudden and practical calculation in their private ledgers, and discovered a most extraordinary truth, namely, that while there was no money to be made in building tractors to turn up the honest dirt, there was an absolutely immense and golden mountain of profit to be found in the production of light tanks. To understand the absolute whimsical irony of this industrial transformation, one must first realize that for 15 long years, the great nations of the earth had been living under a beautiful, sermon-approved illusion known as the era of permanent peace. After the grand catastrophic World War had ended in 1918, the statesmen had gathered in their velvet-lined chambers and passed a series of solemn, multi-syllabic laws declaring that the trade of the armor-smith was henceforth entirely obsolete. The great powers had signed treaties promising to melt down their swords into plowshares, turn their warships into scrap iron, and restrict their military establishments to the absolute minimum necessary to keep the local rascals from misbehaving on a Sunday afternoon. For a long time, the great factories of the world had been forced to comply with this peaceful arrangement, though with a degree of internal grumbling that was uncommonly loud. The great foundries that had spent years manufacturing heavy artillery and armor plating were suddenly forced to turn their attention to the production of locomotive wheels, sewing machines, steam tractors, and iron water pumps. It was a beautiful, neighborly business, to be sure, but by the time the economic crisis had thoroughly dried up the bank accounts of the agricultural classes, the market for tractors had gone as sour as a bucket of old milk. A farmer who cannot afford to buy a pair of leather shoes for his boy is highly unlikely to walk into a dealership and purchase a $3,000 iron machine to pull his plow. By 1934, therefore, the great sheds of the industrial districts were sitting in a condition of melancholy silence that was a regular grief to the stockholders. The machinery was growing rusty, the smokestacks were entirely cold, and the directors were pacing their walnut-paneled offices, looking upon their ledger books with a species of holy horror, and wondering if they would have to close the shop and take up the study of philosophy to keep from starvation. But then, out of the dark political cellars of Europe, there came a sudden miraculous whisper that completely altered the music of the foundries. The whisper did not speak of peace, and it didn't speak of international neighborliness. It spoke of rearmament. The master of the house in Berlin, having thoroughly consolidated his personal ledger by the passing of the Old Field Marshal, had looked upon his neighbors and decided that the time had arrived to build a brand new army that would make the old regulations of the Versailles Treaty look like a collection of old laundry lists. He did not go about this business by making a public announcement on the wireless. He went to the great ironmasters of the Ruhr, the gentlemen who owned the secret cellars and the heavy presses, and he delivered a very plain, confidential order. He informed them that if they would quietly drop the manufacture of steamrollers and agricultural machinery and turn their great foundries to the engineering of small, fast, armored motor vehicles equipped with caterpillar tracks and 2 machine guns apiece, the government would ensure that their bank accounts were filled with a permanent golden river of state currency. The ironmasters did not stop to argue the morality of the transaction. They didn't consult the high-minded resolutions of the League of Nations, and they didn't ask whether the new vehicles were designed to cultivate the fields or to cultivate a crisis. They simply brought their heavy grease buckets out of the corners, turned on the electrical current, and began to retool their foundries with a velocity that took the breath out of the inspectors. The beauty of the business, the true, magnificent comedy of the ledger, lay in the clever nomenclature that was used to keep the transformation entirely invisible to the outside world. In Germany, where the builders were strictly forbidden by international law to possess a single armored car. The new vehicles were officially entered into the company books under the delightful pastoral title of landwirtschaftliche Schlepper, which meant, quite literally, agricultural tractors. If a foreign diplomat or a suspicious journalist from Paris happened to pay a visit to the works, the directors would show him a row of small, steel-plated chassis sitting on rubber tracks and explain with the most solemn, frozen turnip expressions that these machines were a brand-new breed of agricultural implement designed by the technological geniuses of the state to assist the small-scale potato farmers in navigating the rough, muddy ditches of East Prussia. The fact that these tractors possessed a rotating steel turret on top that was precisely the correct size to contain a Maxim machine gun and were covered in chrome nickel steel plating that could resist a rifle bullet at 20 paces, was treated as a mere eccentricity of the modern design. A piece of extra protection, no doubt, to keep the farmer from being annoyed by the local crows while he was tending his crops. The same whimsical comedy was being performed with slight variations in the dialect across the borders in France and Britain. The French foundries, looking upon the activity in the East with a sudden sharp twitch of their national nerves, realized that if their neighbors were going to cultivate their potatoes with armored vehicles, they had better provide their own agriculturalists with something more substantial than a wooden spade. They redoubled their own industry, turning out thousands of small rounded tanks known as the Renault R35, while explaining to their parliament that these engines were strictly defensive assets, designed entirely for the preservation of tranquility and the maintenance of the traditional ledger. Even in the great peaceful democracy of the United States, the military technicians were quietly paying visits to the automobile factories in Detroit and the locomotive works in Pennsylvania. They didn't call their new designs tanks. They called them combat cars, on the beautiful legalistic principle that if an armored vehicle is handed to the cavalry branch of the army instead of the infantry, it ceases to be an engine of siege warfare and becomes a mere mechanical horse, designed to assist the young troopers in scouting the western prairies for their own amusement. By the end of 1934, the transformation was an absolute triumph of the unseen. The quiet foundries of the world had turned out hundreds of these light, steel-plated scoundrels. They were small, they were fast, and they could travel over a hedge or a stone wall at 30 miles an hour, while making a rhythmic, drumming roar that sounded like a boiler factory on wheels. They were a completely new breed of industry, an industry that didn't depend upon the weather, the price of crops, or the purchasing power of the common citizen, but rested entirely upon the bottomless pockets of the national treasuries. The folklore of the foundries proved that when the human race is thoroughly tangled up in its own economic miseries, it will always discover that the manufacture of engines of destruction is a far more profitable, reliable, and comfortable business than the manufacture of utilities for peace. In the year 1934, the world spent its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty in Wall Street, its afternoons roaring with laughter at an ill-tempered cartoon duck in Hollywood, and its evenings quietly forging light tanks in its factories under the label of potato machinery. It was a balance sheet of absolute contradiction. But as the old year began to slide toward its winter closing, The passengers on the grand ship of civilization had to face the fact that the smoke from the industrial chimneys was no longer the healthy breath of commerce, but was beginning to take on the dark, pungent odor of gunpowder, a melancholy entry that no true accountant of human progress could look upon without a sudden and terrible fit of the shudders. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond. Chapter 20. The Balance Sheet of 34. When a prudent merchant reaches the final week of a long, chaotic, and thoroughly uproarious business year, he does not waste his remaining daylight in empty lamentations or in wishing that the seasonal trade had been conducted with a decent regard for the rules of etiquette. He locks his front door against any further customers, pulls down the green oilcloth shades over the front windows, and seats himself upon a high wooden stool with a fresh bottle of black ink and a sharp quill pen. It is his duty to look over the long rows of figures, the scattered receipts, and the grease-spotted tallies of his ledger, and to strike that grand, definitive, and occasionally terrifying document known to the mercantile classes as the annual balance sheet. By the time the final December frosts of 1934 had come to coat the water troughs of the Republic with a half-inch of gray ice, the human race found itself in precisely the position of that weary accountant. It was time to close the grand book of 34 and determine exactly what the passengers on the ship of civilization had achieved during their 12-month cruise through the fog, even if the final sum at the bottom of the page was calculated to make every director of the enterprise look around for a convenient open window. Now, if a man should cast his eye back over the entire volume of the year, he would make a discovery that would turn his psychological thermometer into a bucket of pure nonsense. He would find out that the chief characteristic of the human race, the grand, unchanging anchor of our nature, is an absolutely unlimited capacity for getting thoroughly used to the room being on fire, provided the smoke takes its time filling the corners and the entertainment in the center of the hall is sufficiently lively. The Ledger of 34 was, from its very first entry to its final flourish, a document of absolute and beautiful contradiction. We started our year in a condition of general bankruptcy, with our pockets full of empty air and our financial institutions looking like a collection of cold mausoleums. But did we sit in the dust, put ashes on our heads, and contemplate our economic sins according to the rules of the old-fashioned moralists? Not a rap. We looked about the country, spotted a farm boy from Indiana who could jump over a bank counter with a loaded automatic rifle, and we instantly elevated him to the status of a folklore prince, tracking his movements with the kind of breathless adoration usually reserved for a traveling circus or a new prophet from the wilderness. While our citizens were busy cheering for the bank robber in the afternoon, they spent their mornings passing the most magnificent high-minded laws in Washington to ensure absolute financial honesty for the rest of time. We invented the G-Man to turn the chase into a problem in geometry and chemistry. We invented the SEC to ensure that if a speculator is to be ruined on Wall Street, it must henceforth be done strictly according to the regulations of a federal clerk. And we invented the FCC to guarantee that the very ether above our chimneys remains free from any speech that might cause the average citizen to spill his soup. We built a federal fence around everything, the highway, the stock market, and the sky, and then we went home to our new cottages, built on a foundation of FHA paper, and we patted ourselves on the back for being the most orderly, disciplined, and law-abiding population since the ancient Puritans. But the true magnificent comedy of the ledger lay in the fact that while we were busy building these beautiful cages for our domestic rascals, the great rulers of the old world were engaged in a branch of housekeeping that made our rascals look like a pack of innocent schoolboys. In Europe, the old civilization of the 19th century, with all its fine cathedrals, its ancient universities, and its traditional treaties, was entirely prepared to throw its ledger books into the furnace if it could only be promised a bit of order in the streets. The German Chancellor spent a busy summer weekend pruning his private army with a meat cleaver, and the moment the Old Field Marshal took his final breath at Nuremberg, the Chancellor swallowed up the entire presidency in an hour and forced every general in the land to swear absolute obedience to his personal mustache. In Rome, the great dictator with the granite jaw turned a simple game of football into a grand advertisement for his own corporate state, proving that 11 men chasing an inflated cow's bladder can convince an entire nation that their political philosophy is flawless. And out in the vast ancient interior of Asia, a ragged column of agrarian revolutionaries proved that you can beat all the blockhouses and machine guns in the directory by simply going for a 10,000-mile stroll through the clouds, packed up with their cooking pots and their sewing machines, and outrunning the accountants by centuries. Everywhere you looked, the human race was busy constructing the grandest, most elaborate illusions to keep from looking at the gray ink of reality. When the topsoil of Kansas took to the sky in earnest, darkening the noon sky over Manhattan and depositing the western alfalfa patches onto the teakwood decks of British steamships, we didn't turn back to the study of agriculture. We stood in a drizzling Scottish rain to catch a glimpse of a prehistoric sea monster in a peat bog, or we rushed into the moving picture palaces to surrender our hearts to a cartoon duck with a speech impediment and a permanent grievance against the universe. We cheered for the Queen Mary because she was 90,000 tons of luxury steel that stood as a magnificent insult to the economic depression, even if most of us could only afford to look at her from the mud of the pier, and we marveled at the young scientists in Paris who taught common tinfoil how to glow with the artificial radiance of the stars, completely unaware that they were unlocking a cosmic furnace that would someday singe the eyebrows of the entire creation. And finally, to make the balance sheet completely harmonious, we spent the autumn months listening to various financial prophets who promised that every man could be a king and every grandmother a capitalist, if the government would only print enough silver dollars or pass a law forcing the currency to revolve like a mechanical windmill. And while these sweet melodies were floating through our wireless sets, our great factories were quietly bringing out their grease buckets, changing their tools, and turning out thousands of light tanks under the pastoral label of potato machinery. It was a magnificent performance, a 20-chapter review of human impudence, industry, terror, and whim that left the old world listing heavily to port but still making 30 knots through the dark. The human race had proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that it can get used to anything. It can eat dust at breakfast, Watch its factories turn into a battlefield at noon. Watch a king struck down by an assassin on a moving picture screen at tea time and spend its evenings singing hymns to an old age pension plan or looking for a prehistoric tail in a pond without ever losing its appetite for dinner or its fundamental conviction that tomorrow morning will bring a magnificent transformation of the shop. As the old calendar page finally slid into the basket and the bells began to ring for the entrance of 35, the grand clerk of history had to strike the final balance. The assets of the species were a collection of magnificent new machines, a dozen fresh federal bureaus, a few miles of smooth concrete highway, and an absolute wealth of stubborn, unyielding hope. The liabilities were a mountain of insured debt, a gathering cloud of gunpowder smoke in the foundries, and a complete lack of any geographical knowledge regarding where the ship of civilization was drifting. The ledger didn't add up at the bottom. The figures were entirely out of alignment with the traditional laws of arithmetic, and the accounts were packed full of the most scandalous contradictions. But as the passengers went down to their berths to sleep off the effects of the midnight punch, they had to admit that the entertainment had been well worth the price of admission. The human race had managed to survive another 12 months of its own cleverness, and as long as the old world could still produce a cartoon duck to make us laugh and a sea monster to keep us guessing, the ledger of 34 could be closed with a flourish and marked, examined, approved, and found to be a most spectacular piece of nonsense under the signature of the management. The human race is a most remarkable collection of contradictions. It will spend its mornings passing laws to ensure financial honesty, its afternoons cheering for a bank robber, and its evenings looking for a sea monster in a pond.